Oh boy, back into the trenches again. And I can already tell I haven't turned my model on, so I'll do that. Hope everybody's had themselves a good one as we find ourselves at the start of another stream. Yo, the Malevolent Rider, thank you for the subscription. Getting out and spinning a little bit to start things off here today as we're gunning on in. This is more good Mega Man level 3. I think it's safe to say I am definitely not 100%ing this. This thing is too big. It's like way too big. But, I mean, I'll at least do the contest levels and the inevitable endgame content made by the staff. But yes, I think anything beyond that's asking too much. The game's already been going on forever, man. I'm gonna be curious to load it up and see how many frickin' hours we're up to at this point. Let me go ahead and take a quick look, see if the capture card's working. It is! Good. It's too big. It's just too big. It's way too big. Oh. I get the default monitor switch so it'll actually launch in the correct one. How many streams this has been so far? At least a dozen! Yeah, we're probably up to at least 15 by now.
Fresh meat.
Yeah, the answer is yes. How many streams? Yes! $65 hours! Good God! Alright! Let's continue. Alright, give me back to my spreadsheet to double check what level I was on. We're going to level 48! Yeah, a lot of that's spent on the reviews, it's true. Like, there's a lot in between where I'm reading the judge reviews and then writing my own. But I mean, reading is still part of the content! Technically speaking! I could be doing even more reading content if I actually talked to all the NPCs! Crest Man! Hi, Cello Gamer. Now, we talking like crest as in like a decorative crest, or are we talking crest as in the toothpaste? Let's find out! Looking like toothpaste! Huh? Oh, hey, another stage decided to remove my utilities arbitrarily. All right then. Brush! Oh God, teeth meds! I don't know how to feel about all this toothbrush and propaganda. Brush your teeth. It's good for them. Yeah, fight those cavities. You don't want bad teeth. You can't think for the 78 months. Getting out and spinning a little bit more for us today. As I need to. Oh my God! Look at this rotten tooth. Okay, what are we gonna use to get rid of a rotten tooth? No. Ah, I see. We have to clean the rotten tooth with water. Wait, I have infinite water shield? Tornado blur's gone. Yeah, okay. I mean, the reason why it's not getting a ton of points on aesthetics is because the colors are very, very clashy. Yeah, Joes and Mets and Shield attackers are all here and represented. You can reset these screens, right? Yeah. Yeah, they're firing Toothpaste. Dang it. Messed up my slime jump. Yeah, Charger, thanks. They've been 26 months. 43 total. Lurking away. Lurking good. Lurking's number one. Hope you're having yourself a good one. Okay, I'm gonna need something a little bit more potent for this one. I'm home to the Toothpaste! Okay, enough. Enough! Laser Train's coming out! I've had enough! Ghosts and Mets and Shield attackers! We're getting a bit weird with this gimmick! Oh! Oh, those are magma peeps! Understandable! Have a nice day! What's up here? I mean, Ray can be accessed with Ice Wall, better be something good. God, it's really hard to see those platformers amidst all the yellow. They definitely could have used another look over with the aesthetic color choice. It's kind of hard to actually see. Wait, we're underwater! Why is the boss that's underwater weak to water? It appears to just be Bubble Man.
Why is Bubble Man weak to water? Why does he have 2 health bars? These are questions that we must ask ourselves. That's certainly a start to the day.
I mean, I guess I can take a look at the extra border real quick. Toothpaste Man! I see him in the upper right. It's a rock. Let's see. Very good design-wise. Liked it. Creativity, I mean, the actual content level wasn't super creative, but the concept is fun and creative, so... Yeah, I do like the custom, and like, the art they made's great. It looks like official art, which just makes it even better. It takes some of these completely ludicrous custom boss designs and makes them fit with the Mega Man aesthetic, which is going above and beyond on those. Yeah, I had fun with this stage. It was a good time. Functioned, admittedly, some of the Toothpaste gimmick was a little weird. And I do have to unfortunately hit it pretty hard for aesthetics because I can't bloody see in that palette with some of the stuff. Visibility issues were a major problem. It's like, why are your platforms yellow when the background is yellow? Why is it so hard to see? Why does it look so ugly? Alright, 58. Yeah, these are minty greens and other pleasantly pastel toothbrush color, toothpaste colors. It's like, you need to... I've never seen yellow toothpaste. That much I can say for certain. Alright. I would like it to be known! I called the toothpaste thing! Coming from the name alone! Straight up said... Now, do you mean Crest? As in the decorative kind? Or toothpaste? That's it! This little was decently charming. And a nice, healthy length. Without overstaying its welcome. It is not without its glaring issues, though. The biggest thing to draw attention to is the aesthetic. The custom sprites are good. I like those. But the actual level graphics need work. The palette makes it very hard to see a bunch of the platforms. Especially the yellow toothbrush platforms on the similarly yellow background. Then the combo of blue and dirty yellow is just not pleasant. This was easily the biggest problem, since visibility is a pretty big impact on gameplay. Otherwise, the only other big issue was the enemy selection. The Mega Man 2 Toothpastey enemies were a great choice. A lot of people already called them Toothpaste anyways. But beyond that, we see the terrible trio. Chosen Mets and shield attackers! Surely there were more options available to go from rather than the usual staples. Boss being weak to water was a bit weird. And the removal was a bit weird. The removal of all the utilities was super arbitrary and completely unnecessary. So that did not do any favors either. I guess it forced people to interact with the cleaning dirty teeth gimmick, but like, they were already placed in such a way to get you to use water shield anyways? Yeah, I don't know. Just a weird decision. Unpleasant level, but flawed. I'll start this with the level's weakest aspect. The background visuals are awful. I get what this was going for, but the original blend of double yellows could actually be hard in the head. We've tweaked it down to something a bit less garish, but that was definitely painful. It used to be worse! The visuals also create some hitbox issues, as it's a bit unclear where the Toothpaste globs are and aren't solid. Beyond that, this is a pretty fun level. A Toothpaste-themed Robot Master is not something I expected, and Crest Man takes the theme and nails it. Everything here is tuned and reskinned to fit the theme, creating adorable enemies like Toothpaste Swarms, Dentist Gun Drill, and Cavity Head. The Toothpaste gimmick is a highlight. I love trying to wall climb with it, and it creates scenarios that make Sniper Challenge shield attackers semi-interesting. I also appreciate the challenges with cavities, if only because I actually wanted to use Water Shield for a change. And go figure, when you give somebody infinite ammo for something, the weapon tends to come out. If I were to name a non-visual issue, it's that none of the assets feel like they hit their peak. In particular, I feel like the Toothpaste beams and water spouts should have had more spotlight. And I don't remember the Schworms getting a lot of use either. Other than that, I'm a little confused as to why Crest Man has 2 health bars. I really don't think he needs them, since he's basically just Bubble Man. So it just makes the fight drag, to Buster only, but then his weakness is obvious enough that the double health might just be there so he can still put up a fight. I'm gonna put quotes around the word fight there. I can't say for sure. Still, the level's decent, and I'm seeing a lot of potential for future endeavors. Keep it up! And of all the things on my MAGMML3 bingo card, a Robot Master stage based on a brand of toothpaste wasn't one of them. Oh, so you definitely get kudos for surprising me with the concept alone. As for the level itself, for a first-time submission, this actually isn't too bad. It's certainly very rough around the edges, especially in some of the early segments, but I think it improves a decent amount as it goes on. While the introduction segments in the first half are fine, it doesn't really evolve beyond those basic room layouts until it gets to the second half. Thankfully, things get a lot more interesting once the Toothpaste gimmick shows up, even though it's functionally just quicksand. The way it's used on the walls and ceilings allows for a lot of interesting setups with the enemies. I do wish some of the other gimmicks were used to just as much effect, though. The water jets, breakable teeth, and magma generators feel very underutilized by comparison. This is especially so in the case of the teeth, since they have the potential to give Water Shield a better purpose throughout the level. Even though it has infinite ammo here, I didn't really find myself using it all that much, considering the majority of the enemies in this stage are shielded. Yup. You gave us infinite ammo for Water Shield, and then everything needs Laser Trident. The only exceptions to this were the few instances where those teeth showed up, along with the end boss. Speaking of the boss, while I'm glad that Crest Man actually shows up, I was a little disappointed to see that he was just a Bubble Man reskin with a double health bar, which didn't really matter that much in the face of his weakness. It's a bit of a letdown after going through the mostly decent second half of the stage. But overall, I didn't outright dislike it as a whole. It's really average for the most part, but the concept alone is rich with potential. If I could make 2 suggestions, it would be 1, focus more on the gimmicks, enemies, and room layouts complementing each other, and 2, tone down the color palette. While the tiles themselves aren't that bad, they really could have done with colors that were easier on the eyes. Brush! Or else. A cute looking stage, the cute theme, is centered around Toothpaste. For what it looks like, while the assets may look a bit crude in some spots, that just makes it overall more charming. The reskinned enemies are also very fun, be it the dental masks they're wearing or tooth-shaped accessories that make the Mets look like they have cat ears. It's incredibly adorable. The new gimmicks are simple, but they serve the right job to make the stage stand out more. I really like the use of the toothpaste sticking mechanic and its incorporation into various platforming challenges. It's a bit weird, though, that washing the bad teeth just destroys them completely. A bit of a mixed message here. Our fellow Crest Man is given, hey, look, he's just following up on Flood's messaging from the one eel fight in Super Mario Sunshine. Nice foresight of making Water Shield infinite to eliminate soft lock potential. Just a minor nitpick that I'm not a fan of disabling the rush utilities in general. The player should be given tools to aid them should they come across potentially tricky platform sections. At least the stage is relatively tame on the difficulty side. The Magma Beam coloring with the red, white, and blue reminds me of France. French Beam! Oh. Hang on, let me see if I can find this. YouTube's probably gonna let me down, but... Oh, hey, it didn't let me down! Go Worms! Crest Man himself is a bit of a strange fight. He's just Bubble Man, essentially, who doesn't retaliate when you go behind him. He has 2 life bars, which is a bit excessive given how easy the fight is. The pit's opening up as the first health bar is depleted does spice up the fight more, but it's still pretty trivial to navigate around the arena. That fanfare for some reason, if you're confused, that particular fanfare for some reason is used in Worms when you unleash the special weapon known as the French Sheep Strike. Why is it French? I don't know, it just is. It's rather devastating. Finally, a level that caters to one of gaming's most underserved demographics, dentists. Absolutely everything, every gimmick and enemy, minus the random wall blaster, somehow pertains to dental hygiene. I can forgive the otherwise rough graphics, colors, and textures I find unappealing, unsightly pixelation on the large teeth, some missing water surfer styles, because the theming is top-notch. Also, I am so pleased that you changed the sprite for the water shield block to something less obvious. The subtle weapon hint in the background is a nice touch too. Learning curve and challenge progression are given some measure of consideration, but the real focus is on exploring how many different assets can be adapted to fit the theme. Consequently, quantity wins out over quality. There are some good challenges throughout, e.g. anything with toothpaste on the walls or ceiling, and I'm impressed by how many ideas actually work, the reskinned boulder mini-boss, but several elements barely get a chance to shine, the water spouts. What I like is how any shortcomings fail to dampen the fun too much. Sure, I'd like the toothpaste to be on a higher layer than the hero, so it's clear that you're sinking into it. A little warning about respawning drill-ins and that first death laser would have been nice. The boss doesn't need 2 health bars, well, unless players discover the devastating pre-battle water shield exploit. Wait, can you just hop in there with water shield on and it just kills him instantly? And the battle music doesn't entirely fit with the cheerfully peppy tune preceding it. The level easily could have done without special weapon adjustments, but I can live with these things. For a first MAGMML submission, this is not bad at all. Even the graphics, which I feel need the most work, are very deliberate in their implementation. I see raw creativity and good game design instincts on display. Continued practice and increased playtesting will give players even more reason to smile. This is a pretty charming level and idea, and the effort's really appreciated. However, a couple of major issues almost ruined the stage. Why was the level so damn bright? In the judge build, the background was so intense it hurt the eyes, and I needed a break after playing the level. We need to be able to see your level to play it.
This is something that's being altered for the final build, so it's not really impacting the score. Oh man, I'm almost curious.
The choice of so many armored enemies, along with their high frequency, really makes Buster only runs a chore. For once, I'm thankful that the laser trident is in the engine. Not having to stop for so long on every enemy smooths out the player experience. Armored enemies should be used sparingly. At least you didn't use the falling platforms alongside them. The gimmicks were a mixed bag. The rotten teeth were thematically appropriate, but didn't add much to the level. The Toothpaste was simple and interesting, and I would have liked to see this pushed a bit further. The lasers shouldn't have been in the level, as they are introduced very late, or if on, barely used, and don't add anything. They also feel very out of place compared to everything else. It's possible to skip the introduction to the lasers if you do not go for the star token. The boss was disappointing. A reskinned dev kit boss is normally acceptable, but not when you add multiple health bars, as this just wastes the player's time rather than adding challenge. This wasn't helped by the fact that your room layout was easier than the original Bubble Man fight. The gun drill fight had a similar problem. Some of the strongest elements of the level are the atmosphere, music, and overall idea of the level. It's a very unique setting, and barring the color of the background, was a very cute stage. It's fun, it's a nice rub. I probably enjoyed this more than some of the more technically impressive levels. So as a casual reminder, I know I can seem a bit overly critical at times, but anything around the level of score and above average, but anything around the level of score and an above average fun score, I probably still enjoyed it. Bell curve, folks. Bell curve. I know I probably have a similar scoring curve going on. Most of the stuff is landing within like the 40 to 60 point range. I think I'm gonna go with Shinryu on this one. Now, we've only seen one gold favorite. We've seen one gold favorite and one bronze favorite. I'm so mad! Why is this happening again? Who left their children in the library again? Why cannot I read books in peace? Man, I feel like guy on a spiritual level.
It's like, the library's supposed to be a place of quiet!
A flamboyant castle. Like Compos. Yeah, that other one was... This judge literally could not review this level.
That's very different from a favorite.
Can I stand on these guys? Okay. Can they go this way? Alright, alright. That's a ledge, sure. Let's move! Okay, this with the slopes doesn't work very well. Joe's. Ah! Spike! Okay. Awkwardly long load time. Must be suspicious. Oh, that's a ladder. Didn't even see that last time. It's gonna happen every time! I see a shield in front of an enemy! Laser Trident is coming out! Okay, they do despawn after a little bit. It's a nice little approach. You mean it actually has something in place to make sure that the game doesn't lag itself to death? Man, that's a tanky-ass shield enemy. It's a ninja! More shield enemies. Infinitely spawning ninjas. Always happy to see boosting rain rather than rain that pushes against you. Very much appreciated. No negative. All I have is a bike, huh? A bike and rush coil. Yep. Wait, do I have ice wall? That might be a little bit safer. Thanks, Ice Wall! Always appreciate you, Ice Wall! God dang it! That's what I get for not just using the bike! Okay, this room's kind of a mess. The only reason why I was skeptical using the bike there is because, you know, the bike doesn't exactly jump very far. The invisible platforms have been a bit odd, because for the most part they haven't really been doing anything? They're just kind of there? Okay, it's a little more interesting when they're at least going between two different states like this. I think I might actually need those guys. Hang on. Summon me some minions! I require a fresh set of minions! Yeah, it doesn't jump very high, so I was trying to get at. Yeah, I question the point of the defeating in and out platforms, since they're not really... Nice spike drop without a checkpoint before the beginning of it, where if you happen to choose the wrong direction, you're doomed! Love that! Good thing I predicted that I needed to go back the other way!
Give up now.
Okay. Bitch! An auto-scroll boss fight of sorts. That's a decision. Underwhelming's definitely a good word for it. Alright, let's see. I have some ideas. Like, I really like the idea of the little fellas with the what's the right word for it? The door ram or whatever? That's normally used for trying to barge into doors. I like the little fellas that you can stand on and they can be steered around like they're Mega Bowls in Mario Maker, but you know, they didn't get to be used very much. Battering ram, that's the one. Thank you, chat. And once again, it's like the aesthetics are good, and there's some good custom stuff, but there's another issue with visibility on a lot of them, where some of the stuff kind of just blends in. But it was a fully custom set of graphics, so it was neat. Let's see. 50 on the dot, eh? This one is kind of tricky to talk about. The level itself has a couple of neat ideas here and there. Like, I really enjoy the battering ram enemies that you can stand on and steer via standing to one side or the other. Like a Mega Bowl of the Mario days, but like, the level just does not play very well. It is one of those things that's hard to put into words. Something about the combination of colors that make it kind of hard to see, right? Sometimes, like I jumped straight into a spike without noticing it, and had no idea something was a ladder because it was a dark color on a dark background. And even some of the enemies blend in. Then there are the exploding tellies. And the sheer number of shielded enemies that just grind the pace to a halt. As if you try to rush, you get blown up or crash into something that refuses to die. The big fellas that slowly approach you with their spear are the worst offenders of this sort. I believe the whole idea with those was to jump over them, it looks like. Then you top it off with a weird auto-scrolly sort of boss? Certainly an ambitious decision. But it just ends up feeling kind of spammy and loses the sort of impact a proper boss has. I don't know, it just was not for me. I like the style of... Oh yeah. Oh yeah, and I should probably address the platforms that phase in and out of visual existence. It's nice that they are still technically there, but I feel like they did not really add anything meaningful to the stage. But I've rather just had the cool crystal platform style appearance without the fading in and out. A weird one for certain. When this started off, I was interested. Neat music, distinct if messy visuals, 2 solid enemy types made an overall great first impression. The log-carrying knights are a fun hybrid of gimmick and enemy armed with solid introductions and a strong difficulty curve. Yeah, they can be a little finicky to control, but they make up for it through scenarios like the token challenges and the blind knight twist staying interesting throughout. The wizards were also a personal highlight, though to just many versions of them there were. Some were a bit awkward. The homing rings should have had the despawn of their brethren, and the Undeads tend to add very little when they appear. The rest, solid enemies all around. While the core gimmick is solid, if awkward, the other major gimmicks are no slouch either. I enjoyed the memory challenges with the phasing platforms. I mean, are there really memory challenges when you're under no time pressure? A fun mutation of invisible floor gimmick. They can end up a bit boring if they're the only gimmick active, but I'm willing to chalk that up to differences in my experience. Meanwhile, the fire spikes are simple yet effective, being a good way to break up the level between more cerebral sections. Combined with the above-mentioned enemies and generally solid visuals, love the library bit near the end, and this has the makings of a solid level. Sadly, when this isn't relying on its platforming gimmicks, it stumbles. While it has a strong enemy variety, the majority don't seem to do much, besides the 2 main enemies. The only ones I really remember, well, are the ninjas, because they got a big focus room midway through, and then barely exist otherwise, and the jumping shield knights, because they are royal pain to jump over. Every other enemy just kind of exists, and I'm not sure where explosive not tellies fits with the rest of the fantasy medieval aesthetic. Speaking of aesthetics, while most of this just has some polish issues, the rainy outer wall section looks pretty bad. Even if they're top solids, making the floor you can stand on the exact same color as the walls, with rainfall for extra obscuring, that's terrible for readability. It can make that section really annoying. But the biggest stumbling block is the climax, which was definitely a letdown. The concept is interesting and it starts off on a high note, but right around the second auto-scroll it falls apart. I've had at least one instance where I died against the far border because that auto-scroll took too long to start, and the scrolling by and large adds nothing after the first bit. Then after a couple of scrolls, the boss just kind of sits there and dies. Considering how the chase started, the end of it is downright uninspiring and left me wanting more. The custom gimmicks and wizards handled pretty well, but everything else leaves something to be desired. It's a bit of a weird one. It's like, some things are good, but most of it's just kinda awkward. By all accounts, this is a pretty average stage. Even though I wouldn't say it's that enjoyable to play through, it's not all that bad either. For the most part, the level's layout and platforming challenges are decent. The long-carrying metals that are also serve as platforms were easily the most interesting part of the stage. And I think they get used quite well in some of the later segments. Using them to get the token was a bit finicky at first, but it's still a very doable and decently laid out challenge. Most of the other custom enemies aren't anything too special by comparison, with the exception of the wizards that spawn homing projectiles. For some reason, those homing shots fall short of hitting the player and end up lingering next to you rather than flying into you, which gets a bit ridiculous if you stand still and just let them pile up. What? There's also the giant hopping knights, which I have mixed feelings over. Once you learn the timing, jumping over them isn't too bad. On the other hand, avoiding them is made worse when they show up in cramped areas later in the stage. All that aside, I can't say I was too impressed with the other aspects of the level, especially the aesthetics. I do appreciate some subtle, if hard to notice, sound choices, like the wind blowing and rainfall when outside. The actual look of the stage isn't all that appealing. Certain background elements in particular look almost as if they were stretched, which really throws the whole thing off. Finally, there's the ending climax, which was honestly a bit of a letdown. Not because it's an auto-scroller, I think those could work fine as stage endings when done right, but because most of the rooms don't offer much that wasn't seen earlier in the stage. There's only 3 areas that auto-scroll in the ending segment, and aside from the first one, the other 2 are so short that the auto-scroll felt unnecessary for them. They don't really escalate the difficulty much either, so the ending falls a bit flat in those regards. Like I said, it's not necessarily a bad level overall, but it really could use a lot more polish in certain areas. Yeah, it's pretty much dead on. Castle Crawlers! Sequel to Castle Crashers. The stage is very nice aesthetic overall, with the custom tile set and music, as well as new enemy designs like knights and wizards, which all tie into the medieval fantasy setting pretty nicely. The Ninja Joes may be a bit out of place, but the time frame is close enough, probably. Maybe, sorta. The new gimmicks and enemies, plus reskins, the introductions to them are handled quite well, and they all come nicely into play throughout all the stage challenges. Not a single element felt underutilized or oversaturated, a very fine balance. I especially like the long-covered fellas that you can hitch a ride on. I didn't even recognize that they're Mets wearing knight helmets at first, which makes me love them even more. I also enjoy the various areas that the stage offers, from the castle courtyard to the interior corridors and grand library, filled with wizardry illusions. Fighting through the storm at the castle pinnacle definitely allows for an adventurous feeling, like going through a mini Dungeons & Dragons campaign. A few nitpicking details. The wizard enemies can feel a bit too durable at times, especially when combined with the nature of their summon eating up shots. I do appreciate that the summons self-destruct after a certain time of being spawned to prevent it from becoming an overwhelming situation and from lagging the game. Some of the background elements that use light can be easily confused to be standable platforms, even more so during pinch moments like some of the auto-scrolling sections. A little disappointed there's no custom boss at the end, but the chase sequence kind of serves as a nice finale. Just a weird, very abrupt ending is all. Flamboyant indeed! So much of this level's identity is wrapped up in the visuals, a little bit clashy and hard to interpret in places, and not remotely Mega Man, yet packed with character. From the clever Dr. W pennants to the superb storm clouds, this level oozes this atmosphere, and that's even before taking the challenges into account. Fighting castle guards, riding battering rams, racing across fire traps, and navigating magically obscured passageways are the main potatoes of this level, and there's enough variety in the setups to justify the length. The wizards are particularly versatile and interesting, and the vast rainy area with its fun exploding enemies provides a welcome change of pace. I will say that the challenge progression is pretty bumpy, and the architecture and enemy density occasionally make for messy platforming. I like the concept of an auto-scrolling finale, but this one moves its fits and spurts. Doesn't feel appreciably more difficult than anything before it, and sputters out in an anti-climax. I think it would have worked better to actively fight the boss while the level's moving. The music is just as fitting as the tune before it, but it's in a jarringly different style. Oh, and for a quick laugh and a long eternity of regret, try using Tornado Blower Break Dash on the last screen. Who needs to beat the level anyhow? Oh no, not again!
exactly what happens! It lifts the boss enemy off screen! Or in the case of Break Dash, knocks them out of the screen! Oh no! Oh no! Because yeah, both of those two weapons displace enemies! Oh no!
Had to happen. A handful of oversights, but technically and practically portray an almost appropriate amount of playtesting. Long load times hurt the experience. Good power-up allocation helps the experience. For once, I don't mind that some weapons are locked. The level makes sense without them. I mean, it makes sense that it's usually Flashman. Flashman went out of his way to try to break the levels. And break the levels he did!
He did it very well.
Altogether, this is a memorable level, and I respect that it's too focused on developing a vision to get tripped up on its shortcomings. This is a solid level overall, but there's a lot to talk about. The new mechanics, simple they may be, feel fresh and allow for some fun platforming. Nailing the timing to arena to areas feels rewarding. Unfortunately, screens that don't rely on your new mechanic are often the worst portions of the stage. For example, the spike drop is not fun to navigate, and at no point did I feel new Shotman, MAGMML3 enemy, got used well. Most of the new enemies are fun. The different wizards spawning in different enemies is a delight, although they can be a little glitchy with the homing ring wizard. I do appreciate that the other enemies spawned are given a time limit on their existence. This prevents the screen from getting flooded, as well as preventing potential memory leaks, which makes it even weirder that the homing rings do not get this. The fact the homing rings do not even remotely lock onto the player means these are a problem waiting to happen. Of the new enemies, the bulky Knight Joe ended up being rather obnoxious. He's such a chunkster that jumping over him ends up being a crapshoot. Good old Doc Robot style! That all said, the battering ram Mets are probably the best asset in the stage. Hard to point to specifics, but I think you explored this mechanic very well. Now the graphics, which are fairly amateurish and often weirdly drawn, with shading being questionable, often look like a filter has been applied, still gives a consistent look. A level is going to use assets that clash with the main series. I'd much rather the level go all in on it, since unfortunately, the few official Mega Man assets here stick out like a sore thumb, which is a shame. Yeah, like the regular-ass Met tools that get summoned.
I'll agree on that one.
That said, the stage has a really cool atmosphere and setting, so cool in fact, it helps the overall aesthetic and ends up positive for me. And to be fair, the facing block effect does legitimately look awesome. Yeah, it's neat, but I think the platforms would look fine even without the phasing. I think the stage's music track, bar one issue I'll mention shortly. The climax is a sticking point for me. I planned attempting to turn an auto-scroller into the boss, but this is part of the stage that felt half-baked. Screens are either cluttered and cramped, with shielded enemies being utter pains in the arse, and some of the later screens being absolute non-issues and devoid of challenge. And to me, using the X Factory, my MAGMML 24-hour stage music for this area clashes super hard with the aesthetic. It's jarring, maybe that's just me. This boss needed work, and it caused the stage to not end on a high note. Unfortunate. We'll go with Ace this time. As a wise man once said, I can't stand you! Alright, it's boss time! Oh, a Pyro Boss, huh? I think it's been since, like, what, Tier 1? And even then... What are you looking at back there, Librarian? What are you looking at? I also noticed that this looks very much like the guy from Symphony of the Night. I'm interested in this. Don't you know not to slam doors in a library? Especially when I'm handling dangerous tomes of dark magic. Hey look, it's not like I have the option here. You're in that much of a hurry to ruin my carefully planned organization like every arrogant warrior in this tournament. I am this close to unleashing a curse of silence. Hey, it was just an accident. Those doors never close that fast. I'm here to fight for the tier rank, so it's not going to stay calm in here anyway. Stay calm in here? Things haven't been calm here ever since Ernest shoved those charmless simulations in every corner of this library. He's understandably mad. You run book fairs here, it'll be basically the same, he claimed. That's not even close to the same. Since when do book fairs have hundreds of people scampering about on top of bookcases? To be fair, you could probably use with some more ladders to get around the librarians. I've been up to my hat's tip in work. Just look at what people have wedged into the shelves next to the actual spell books. Magic Princess Cyberstar Volume 4, Comps and Cybes, Player's Guide version 5. Not only do these people have no respect for the refined arcane arts of the past, they're not even reading the good editions. Oh no! Oh god! Oh, he's one of these! And you know what's even more disrespectful? You know who gets to have the name Magic Man? Not a spellcaster or a mighty warlock, but a mere card shark, a deceptive casino owner, a scam artist! I mean, he's more of a magic man in the traditional magician sense, I'm just saying. I'm sorry you had to deal with all of that, but shouldn't we get on with the battle? You could use a break from library duties and maybe I'd blow off some steam, too. That's very true. Exploding into a magic burst out of anger is the last thing I need today. But this is no way to start a duel. Let's do this the wizard's way! The wizard! Oh, that's a lot going on at once! Oh, that's a lot going on at once! This way is going to take a bit! That is a lot going on at once! And also getting harder to hit him at the same time as there being more stuff on screen certainly doesn't help! God, yeah, it being harder to hit him at the same time as there being even more crap on screen is perhaps a bit much. Yeah, at first the frostbolt was getting me because it came out fast, and then it got me because it splits because it hits the wall. So kind of in a bit of a situation with that one. I'm pretty sure the boss has weaknesses, but I can try to fight it properly. I don't manage to dodge that homing projectile properly the first time and then struggle so much the second time now. Ah! Ah! Are you serious? Why does he have a desperation finishing move? Damn it!
I thought he was dead!
You can't slide under that. God! The big problem with Phase 6 is it's hard to find a nobody to actually land a shot, yeah. Basic homing projectiles are like the hardest goddamn thing to dodge. So tired of things spawning on the face! Okay, that's not gonna work either. God, how many times must something spawn on my face? I can't really understand the homing on those. How tightly it's homing at any given time seems to head narrowed. Like, I'm trying to get a read on how the homing even works. So sometimes it homes tightly and other times it doesn't. Even the back shots have been homing tightly occasionally, and sometimes the front shots don't home tightly. Like that time the second shot just gave up. But if I do it now, then it'll suddenly home tightly again. That seems to be the best way to get rid of it. If I have room. Oh, I'm gonna beat him! It's just one of those things, it's emphasizing that it is definitely a bit much! I'm also somewhat annoyed because I should have won already! Surprise desperation attack is not exactly my favorite trope. Hi, Undertale sound effects, how's it going? Meanwhile... Hard work getting through all of them by gauntlets, but I'm pretty sure that's all the ranks under my belt. Now seems like a good time for some tea before prepping myself for the finals. Nah, what are they up to? Serves you right. Huh? Not sure you're going, you cack-handed motorcycle. What? Well, look, when you're as good as I am, not a lot of things catch your attention, you know? What kind of attitude's that? Well, so not again. I'm the kind of bot looking for excitement. I need to find my own ways to challenge myself just so I don't die of boredom. You know, I just got done nabbing all the ranks I need for the finals. You're one of those goblin masters with a blindfold on while only driving in reverse. Yeah, okay, make me dislike you more, why don't you? Beat was pretty mad about it, but what can you do? Oh, maybe I could have gone without blowing raspberries at them the whole time, though. Ah, yes, there we go. That is a very, very punchable face. You're not a buck. No wonder you're so unpopular running around with a disrespectful attitude like that. This should be an honorable tournament, not a poxy circus act. Show the muckers putting it all together a little respect. Ugh, don't hit me with that kind of talk. It's not my fault that no one's been giving me a challenge in this tournament. Really, I'm disappointed. But hey, I heard you're another finalist, right? If you're gonna try to hit me with some moral high ground or whatever, then I guess you'll have a chance to prove if you're right or not when we meet in a match, huh? Those fighting words if I've ever heard them. Trust me, with how you've been acting, I'm more than willing to bash your mug in with the hammer. Glad to hear that. I hope I can actually make a dent. You're complete nutter! The nerve! Here's the star of the show. How's it going, Mace? I've had enough of these ridiculous gauntlets!
Hey, man, how you doing?
I was roped into this nonsense for one reason and one reason only! So what's with all the stupid tests? What are you looking at? Oh, it's you, the fishy-looking Muppet.
She's called Base a Muppet.
Yeah, where's the man's perfectly feasible? I just think he's too much. That's all it is for me. I just think he's too much. He's a bit hard in the grand scheme of things for a Mega Man boss. So, you're supposed to be a tournament contestant, or? He's especially a huge jump up in difficulty from any of the other tier bosses, is why it's a bit of a problem. Cause like...
All the other tier bosses before, except for Boki, were kind of a joke in comparison.
Regrettably, I blew through all those ranks as fast as I could before my brain could short out from boredom. I'm only putting up with this tournament because it's another chance to
Pounding roll into the dirt. Phrasing base.
Where's that naive loser anyway? Almost done with this clown show, I hope. That makes 2 finalists with a bad attitude.
Unfortunately, Base, I still have another 4 gauntlets! I'll see you in like 2 months, dude.
No, I wish you still rounding up those ranks. With good sportsmanship about it, I might add. Yeah, I think someone here could learn a thing or two about that Mr. Cranky Con. Ah, yeah, nice job there, Kettle. I hate your attitude. You sound just like him. Really, what's gotten into him? What happened to just blowing up the city and letting me loose and being done with it? You having nonsense, mate? You sure you got your both screwed on right? I say, I'm not sure we're on the same page here. I don't get the appeal of being let loose. I've had to duct tape weights to myself for half these simulations just to make sure it isn't too easy for me. Oh, get it, you overhyped motorcycle! You're missing my point! This entire tournament and all of its glitz and glitter is a complete waste of my time! And if that red chump doesn't take the bait, then it'll be even more of a waste! Ah, you got some talking to do, Blue Nose. Are you on about roll? Sounds like you're scheming something behind all that again. I'm the schemer! This is barely my idea in the first place! Imagine your boss coming up to you and ordering you to take part in their ridiculous TV show! I could be doing literally anything else right now! I've got about 1,000,000 other things better to do right about now. I don't have to imagine it. Actually, I'm the one who's asking for more TV deals more often than not. But apparently, they aren't interested in proposals like put me in life-threatening situations and I'll handle it. Shut up! Both of you are so annoying! I mean, if we could like pluck Forge Woman out of this cutscene and plant Hunter Woman in instead, then
Yeah, go on, Base.
do me a favor and lose horribly so it can be just me and roll the files, alright? Won't be that way if the old man's idiotic plot does him first, though. Weirdo? Doesn't he know we already qualified? Oh well, another fish robot says is gonna get under my skin.
Oh no, don't call him a fish, he's very sensitive about that.
Best be seeing it. I'm gonna lap around the city to kill some time. I've got a bad feeling about all this.
Yeah, Base, watch out, your Shadow the Hedgehog is showing. Yeah, ain't that the truth? Jeez.
Ah, I see, the space-time continuity is looping together. Alright, I guess it's time to move on. to the power plant. I just fixed on my spreadsheet since we're apparently done with this tier. Alright, so we're starting with rank 46. Alright, let's go ahead and correct the text on this one. That's supposed to be this. Okay. And that's supposed to be this with centered text that's bolded. There we go. Alright, I think we're all ready. It's a bit of a simple shortcut there, but sure.
Hey, how you feeling after dealing with that?
Entry over there. Explosives Factory. Based on a true story where, of course, it wasn't really that dramatic. You weren't there, of course, and the place got shut down. People not making big explosive stories out of workplace incidents and scandals like that. It makes you feel more individual, like there's a super villain you can boo at. Of course, real life's not like that, but it's far easier to think that way to handle reality. On simulation. Oh, nuclear fusion? Microwaves from space? I had no idea. I don't work here. I get lost on the way to Taco Wonder Bell. And we don't even have Taco Bell around here. Yes. You. Okay, why is everyone hanging around here playing at the same color as Walt the Walls? That's not the green energy we were going for.
Just take it, you jerk.
Sludge Man! Alright, let's go! Token skip, eh? Well, hopefully we don't need them, but let's get moving. Oops. No, why does it have to be the gray devil goo? It doesn't seem to hurt at least, but it sticks to you until you shoot it off. Ah, it breathes fire! I mean, these are different meds! And hey, we got these weird guys! Oh god!
Okay, that's what the fire breath looks like.
Why am I even getting this? I've been maxed
Took bolts for a while.
Yoga blocks? Yoga blocks. Okay, remember, don't stub my toe! Okay, so far very simple patterns. That was accidental! I probably should have taken a look at that enemy. Oh well. It's like, that's the demonstration room, but I... Sneaky, sneaky! Ah, they rustle! Sludge! Ah, okay, slugs. Sludge. I'm gonna get him! I got him! Ah, mosquito! Okay, they do a little bit of damage, but just on impact. Oh god. It's gonna be fun! You know, I'm kind of suspicious of up there, so... Who's up here? I see. I didn't hear a boop 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 boop, but I'm gonna suspect that there's a token this way. I see. It straight up just wants me to use Ice Wall. Okie dokie then! Don't kill me, Ice Wall, please! I had to get onto the lily pad. Just gonna get hit. Fang drop! Fang drop! Yeah, I can't play myself for that one. I just gotta stood there. Giant fish that summons smaller fish! Yeah, I was about to say, why do I even have to partake in this Yoku Block section? We're underwater! No, I didn't press the button good enough. Whoa. Good job. We got more Yoku Blocks. So we're the only real, like, notch against this level, so it is going on a bit long. Alright, we're just gonna go for it then. It's like the plug man, the Yoku Blocks. You just gotta have faith. You gotta have faith. a new attack! Oh, that really hurts! Jeez! That's a dangerous attack for this little room. I got to consult my map. Which one of these two actually leads to a token? Hang on! I gotta move the cursor all the way over so I can actually scroll this. Looks like either route will lead to the last token, so let's go to the right first. Into the sludge. I sure remember trying to use the mouse before and it wasn't scrolling properly. I'll have to give it another shot next time. Oh, it's on me! Get off of me! Yeah. I gotta go specifically this way? Wait, but that'll allow me to... Okie dokie then! Hello, my slug friend! Oh. Go, slug! Okay, let's do this carefully. And then we do a little bit of... Okay. Come, slug friend! Slug friend? Slug friend? Slug friend, what are you doing? Slug friend! Slug friend! Where are you going? What the... Slug friend! Oh, that's not right. Okay, do we have Magnet Beam? We sure do! I see, it's a little janky. Understood. That's not right. That's not right at all. Understood, it's a little janky. I'm just gonna nod his hand, dude, when it comes to getting out of that one. Wait, how the heck am I supposed to hit that? Jeez. The buster. Cause like, if I... Oh, I see! It was on invisible platforms! Okay! I understand now! Oh, that's very confusing. Slug friend? Slug friend, please highlight the invisible platforms for me. Alright, follow the slug. Okay, don't like this, must say. Has to be said, understand skip token teleporter now. Suddenly very understanding of the skip teleporter. It's like, oh, he's not making platforms, he's revealing invisible platforms. Ah, okay, got it. Understood, Chief. How do I even get over there? Well, I mean, I could technically skip all these sections for the slugs involved then. Okay, I need to figure out where the heck to go from here. Can I put the slug out so I can actually see?
Slug friend, please! I need help getting out of here! Slug friend!
Assist me! Ah! Okay, so it's just as simple as going over here. Got it, understood.
Right, those count as platforms. All right, hang on.
Damn. It's definitely a bit sad in this like.
You can definitely tell this is one of those like late level decisions
that completely tank a level score. I might want to be careful about that second section there.
Yeah, where's Search Snake when I need it?
I think if I move it only slides, I might be fine. So let's do a thing. If I stand like right here and just press the slide button, will I be okay? Yes, I will. Alright, now I gotta... Yeah. Alright, got it. Understood. I use the power of science to set up how to go from there more easily.
I got it! Oh, jeez!
Gotta admit, not entirely sure how to dodge that the multiple sludge bombs there. Gotta say, oh man, if you remove that token, it's actually just a better level. Because the level was long enough, it really didn't need that last token, even from a length standpoint.
I see! Damn! This would have been one of my favorites so far if it wasn't for that last token! Shit!
It's like, why'd they have to add just one more thing? Okay, yeah, well, sure, we can talk to the skip room guys. One of the tokens to this level is unreasonable for more reasons than I have arms.
That's why we're giving it to you for free. If you want to, try the level first, though. The other tokens don't really need to skip, but they're here too. Guilty by association, I guess.
Also, is it impossible to get soft locked in that token section?
And have to farm for weapon energy if you don't have magnet beam to clear at least one. I mean, magnetic shockwave to clear at least one of those beams.
This is water clean enough to bathe in. You haven't known sheer irritation until you've
Gotten slug slime in your servos. Ew.
Oh man, it's always designer fun to take the biggest hit for things like that. We got really high scoring aesthetics still, because I actually really liked how the stage looked. A nice, calm, pleasant palette, really nice enemy reskins, cool little custom bits too. I really liked it.
And I mean, the weird catfish mini-boss thing looked very much reminded me of good old Moby.
Alright, I'll see what we got here. 63. Man! Why they always gotta be that one thing? That tank score that was looking real good. This level was nailing it. The atmosphere is real nice. The custom graphics are lovely. Some of the custom enemies are simply adorable. I really like the mini-boss graphics. Though the boulders, the falling attack, is perhaps a bit much. Yo, Rico, how's it going? Then comes the tokens. The first one is already a bit of a headache. With the long, long road of Yoku, which can, thankfully, be partially skipped with a well-timed jump. And the second one is perfectly fine. And nice and short. But oh, the third one! The level was already long enough before this token came into play. It was just right. All that needed to happen was for the boss to happen, was for the boss fight to occur, and the level ends. But oh no, we gotta double the playtime with this super awkward invisible floor gimmick out of nowhere. The idea of the slugs having goo show you the way is neat, but the execution is real bad. It goes on way too long. You can straight up run out of magnetic shockwave for the end of one of the screens. And we'll have to awkwardly weapon energy farm. And the slugs also are, well, slugs, so they reveal the paths
Painfully slowly.
Plus, since the gimmick is not really introduced anywhere else, the player does not even get time to adapt to invisible floors being a thing at all. So the whole gimmick gets really confusing for a while. This level would have been significantly better off without this one section. Boss himself was alright. Not entirely sure how to dodge a cluster of sludge bombs. Have to give it another few goes to learn that one. It goes down pretty fast, even to just the buster. So the threats is not too major. But hey, it would have been a nice cap off to the stage. Damn, though, so close, so close. It's like you're so close to perfect, but just went a little too far. Hey, wait a minute, what are you doing up there? I see you! No, I don't want to work. Just let me spin on the dance floor instead. If you had to exit out of the level to go restock because the stage doesn't give you any ammo, that's still a problem. That was a weirdly quaint swamp. Sludge-themed a blend of the new and familiar, all put together in a fun little bog with a rockin' tune, and for the most part, it's decently designed. I enjoyed the Noomtals and the mosquitoes, especially the mosquitoes. The bugs make excellent distractions, work well in tight spaces, and considering my utter disdain for the real-life creatures, it is so satisfying to slaughter them here.
I know your feel on that one, Mick.
The little enemies were a clever idea, rewarding players for paying attention, and I rather enjoyed the sludge and the slugs that made it. The enemy type being a nice twist on the gimmick to top it off with a solid boss fight, although Scream-Scaring Smog does not combine well with random speed bombs. And this has a good start going. Sadly, the rest of the stage leaves me wanting more, even considering how long it is for smaller issues. The frogs are a cool idea, but my blind run almost never saw their tongue slap attack. They have a tongue slap attack? Similarly, the lily enemies proved too easy to destroy, so they didn't end up adding much outside of one lily who attacks you from a spot you can't just buster snipe them. And the Yoka blocks, when not combined with Noomtal, ended up generally boring. But my main issue lies with the underwater sections. Across the board, they were dull. The Yokas were devoid of challenge, spikes and pits are not a substitute for a clever pattern, and the catfish enemy tends to die before it can do any real damage. The only thing I enjoyed here was the catfish mini-boss, and even his earthquake was a bit annoying. The only thing I need to talk about is the tokens. The first one's fun enough for a yoke challenge, besides the weird several-second-long trap around the token, and the second one was a neat little icefall moment, but the third one, I'm okay with waiting around to learn a puzzle, but just waiting for the slugs to slime the area was boring. And considering the sheer length of that section, it ends up being too much for one token, and it drains a significant portion of the fun from the experience. I like the idea behind the slugs revealing invisible platforms, but I think this needed to be faster. Aside from a couple of hang-ups here and there, this is a pretty solid level. One of the strongest aspects is the theming. The overall look of everything's great, from the tiles to the custom enemies. While I wasn't much of a fan of the Noomtals, the rest of them were fairly entertaining to fight, especially the catfish mini-boss, even though he goes down really quick with proper button mashing. For the most part, the level design and room layouts are good as well. Normally I don't like contending with enemies while on small platforms, but I found the instances of those here, mainly while on the lily pads, to be pretty manageable and fun. I'd say the only sour spot, on the main path at least, are the Yoki Block rooms. The main issue with them is that they're a bit too easy. This especially holds true for the first underwater room featuring them, since you can skip the whole sequence by jumping from the floor to the final set of blocks. The first token challenge manages to make the blocks way more engaging though, which I can appreciate. However, the third token challenge is a major problem. Having to use the slug enemies to guide you through a series of invisible platforms is a sound idea in theory, but in practice it becomes tedious very quickly. Dying in this section means having to do it all over again, which elevates it from tedious to frustrating. This would have been a lot more bearable if the section's length had been cut down some, but in its current state, it's a huge fault in an otherwise fun stage. Aside from that, there's also Sludge Man himself. His fight's pretty average. I'm not really a fan of the seemingly random nature of which his sludge shots spread out, along with how he obscures the screen. Fight's still relatively manageable, but considering these two attacks make up the majority of his moveset, it really feels like there could have been more to it. If there's something I'm noticing with a lot of the judging in this, is people seem to be really leaning into the idea of harder levels. Like, not just Shinryu. I think Ace mostly leans into easier ones as well as Patchy, so you do have a balance, but like, I think there's really nothing wrong with a stage being on the easier side. Especially since a lot of the easier stages tend to be fairly in line with official games. Like, I'm much more comfortable if the difficulty is around the official game's difficulty, rather than starting to tread towards the ROM hacky type of stuff. I get that, you know, longtime Mega Man players are looking for something to sink their teeth into, but like, I don't mind playing easy level after easy level, you know? It's comfy! I enjoy comfy! Swamp Fever! Don't get bitten! I really like the aesthetics here. Surprisingly quite pleasant looking with the swamp plus refinery thieving. Good choice on the music, too. The stage on its own was also fine. Not too complicated, but also decently designed, with a few rough edges in some parts. Such as the mosquito enemies, choosing their inspiration, are annoying to deal with. They fly in an erratic pattern, and they can deal some serious damage once they latch onto you. Doesn't help that they don't actually take damage during that state, so they can really just relatch onto you in a loop. God, if there's one thing that's really true with the official games as well, is that when they do decide to get difficult, it's usually not a fair difficult. You get things like, oh, say, Mega Man 7's Wily Capsule, when the official games are actually trying to be difficult, or just nonsense like Sparkman's final section in Mega Man 3, with the frickin' nut and boltons just spawning directly in your face. You know, crap like that. NES difficulty. There's one part where it can be kinda gotcha trap, where after you take the first token path exit, it's not immediately obvious that there are lily pads over the water, and the player can just accidentally walk off without realizing the water surface isn't solid. If you take the normal path, however, the stage actually does show you that there is in fact water you can fall through around the lily pads. So a bit of oversight there regarding the order of the paths that the player can take. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. The sludge gimmick's pretty bog standard. With how it impairs your movement. It can easily be worked around by jumping and sliding, so they're just kind of there and don't offer much. The Yoka block segments are pretty tame, and that's fine, really. I'd rather not have any mosquitoes placed around the blocks that are ready to knock me off into the pits. The slug enemies that leave sludge on their trail are cute, but they move really, really slowly. They're slugs, after all. Normally wouldn't be a problem, except the third token becomes an absolute chore to get on repeated attempts, where you need them to lead you through the invisible block maze. And the spike trap is just mean, making you think you can stand on top of them with the sludge, except it still kills you and brings me all the way back. Sludge Man's kind of chaotic with the seemingly random barrage sludge attack he throws, but it's otherwise manageable. The sludge splashes are more threatening than the actual sludge the bombs leave behind, due to the aforementioned workarounds for their movement impairing attribute, so it doesn't really add much to the challenge of avoiding Sludge Man himself. The smoke bomb is also a rather odd element to the fight. It doesn't poison you, but merely obstructs when Sludge Man wouldn't be jumping into you. This level is full of frustrating contradictions. Power-ups are everywhere except where they're needed. The asset selection has enough creative potential to justify the large screen count, yet a third of the level could easily be cut without losing anything. Because Sludge Man fires 5 consecutive sludge bombs instead of saying 3, his otherwise excellent pattern feels way too spammy. The theming and gameplay focus are superb within individual sections and disjointed with the token when taken as a whole. Unless it gets contaminated later on, crystal clear water is hardly appropriate for a level called Sludge-Man, and I'm not a fan of the water surface looking deceptively solid. Yoga blocks never really click for me, and they're usually too safe and isolated from everything else. However, combining them with water physics is a nice start, and I like the concept of the one token path. Typical the progression along the main route is gradual to a fault, but the alternate paths, notwithstanding the rather pleasant ice wall area, start at maximum difficulty and don't know when to stop. Moreover, the learning curve only works if you stay on the main path and avoid the temptation to bypass almost the entire level with Fresh Gen. I love a good weapon/gimmick puzzle as long as it's clear that it's a puzzle. The areas with invisible blocks should have been my favorites, but they ruined the level. You can't suddenly make the water surface actually solid. Start with the tiles that have no previous associations. The underwater part of the puzzle is actually a better introduction. It makes the slugs invincible, so you can't destroy them before you understand their purpose. I usually don't dock functionality for perceived dysfunction, but I initially couldn't complete the challenge because it seemed like the level was broken. Broken design flaws completely undermine the professionalism of the polished programming and Capcom quality aesthetics. This level is full of frustrating contradictions. Power-ups are everywhere. Oh, wait. I just read that one. I'm paying attention, trust me. First impressions for the stage are great, with a swell atmosphere, and I love the new enemies here. Albeit, somewhere a little buggy. The mosquito enemies can pretty much take away your ability to climb ladders and shoot, even when you get rid of the blighters. A rather serious issue, and the slugs don't always behave properly. In fact, most of the stage lives up to its first impressions, with fair layouts, the unworthwhile challenge, and the first 2 tokens felt satisfying to obtain. I very much appreciated how you used yoga blocks at this stage. There were some clever setups, and the few traps you put in were ones you could actually recover from, if you're quick enough. You have a bit of an issue with introducing a new mechanics, especially if you go any of the alternative routes, it skips in introductions. And the sludge events can be a little irritating, if I'm to be honest. Yeah. The topmost path of the stage felt both pointless and pointlessly difficult, with no real reward for going that route, and the final token with the invisible platforms was simply obnoxious to get. The idea is clever, if introduced badly. It took a while to sink in that there were invisible solid platforms, because I assumed the water was being made solid by the slugs. Yeah, that's what I assumed too. But it's so drawn out, slow, and full of instant death that I got kind of bored with the segment, and that concept quickly lost its appeal. The main issue with this section is the speed of the slugs. You're just sitting there twiddling your thumbs for ages. Sludge-Man was hard, mostly down to his sludge attack, which can be very difficult to dodge. And as far as I can tell, it's completely RNG to how he uses it. Sometimes he won't hit anywhere near you. Other times, he'll quite literally cover the entire floor in sludge pumps.
Hey, guess what happened to me every single time he fired off a volley? Cue my lack of surprise.
I see the patterns of the rest of them, but I'm at a loss as to this one attack, and it tempers my opinion on the boss as a whole. Overall, there's a good stage in there, just let down by the odd bits of obnoxious design pervasive throughout. Gee. Is it the correct font? No, it switched back here. Stop there. Okay, there we go. Alright, pretty good introduction to this tier. Sir, what are you doing in this? Today I learned that if someone has gum stuck to their shoes, don't let them ride you!
Oh no!
And if you do let them ride you,
get all the gummy! And get all gummy, don't jump into the ceiling to scrape it off!
Hey! Bronze Star, my Flashman! Oh, silver, excuse me. Undead Fortress. My, that entity girl. Now, of course, Flashman and I's favorites did not mesh together last time. Let's see how this goes. E. Hey, Gusman. What's up? Hi. Hey, Gusman. back scrolling!
I did it again! You know, I'll take those.
Ah, I recognize this stage. So we're currently in Mega Man 1 Wily 1. Okay, the parallax effect in this stage are pretty cool. Alright, now we're deviating. Nice, nice. I can see the crumbly blocks, so let me know it's about to fall. Checkpoint makes me think this is probably instant death. And yeah, this is a Rush Jam remix. I know this because I have it in my music collection. Oh, Jesus.
Why does it keep happening? I mean, I'll take it, but it's still funny.
Come on, I know you want to fall. I know you want to fall. Just go for it. I know it.
Just parry the big eye, yeah. Yeah, it's gonna work every time, right? I can rely on that? No, I can't.
Look, I'm not even doing any of the parries intentionally.
I'm just trying to dodge and I get parries instead. We take those? Question mark? No, Jesus! I tried to do it intentionally that time, but the big guy took a little bit longer to jump.
Right, gotta remember this. Those will just fall sometimes. Someone's filling me with a concern. Yo, we get that ladder speed upgrade.
First level where that's really making a difference in one section.
Hey, I can actually see the pit. What? You're not cut, man. Hey, Big Eye, jump! Big Eye, jump! Do it again! Come on, Big Eye, you can do it! Yeah, the ultimate, like, underlying issue is that this is a remix stage. It's a good remix stage, but that's definitely gonna hurt it in the long run. Hold on. Run! Run! Run fast! Do not stop running! Keep running! It's the yellow platforms from Super Mario World! Oh god! This place is in really bad shape here! Now we're in completely original sections now. It's the oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Big Eye, I'm gonna have to leave, Big Eye. outside and die real quick. Oh, it's the green devil. Hey, buddy.
Oh god! Oh no! Oh no, it's Zombie Sigma! Oh no, it's Zombie Sigma! Hey man, you good? You stay out a little bit too long last night, buddy?
I wonder why the screen flashes when you first go in like that.
You good, man? I mean, I can come back later if it'd be a better time.
That move's a bit awkward to dodge. What the? You can't just throw them directly at me. That's illegal. That move right there is easily the most annoying one to dodge, and I'm not entirely certain how to do so. I mean, I guess I could put an ice wall in the way. It'd be an option. Yes, the original X6 theme. Very much for the Zombie Sigma stage. It's just the timing of the laser that's really tricky. Yeah, like that. Alright, now the really awkward, kind of all over the place devil pattern. Sir, I need you to jump! Sir! Sir!
Sir, I needed you to do that a bit sooner!
Sir!
And yeah, the fight goes fast because he's vulnerable most of the time. Sir! I needed to be able to get out of the corner, you know? I feel like it was supposed to jump sooner than that. Give me that. Biblically accurate demons. That is certainly a phrase.
I'm one of the few people that will hear Mega Man X6 music and just be like, ah, yeah, that game, I like that game.
Freaking Chunk Sigma. Oh.
You just barge into Sigma's room. He's really hungover from the previous night. It's just all like, which one is this? An X or 0? Yeah, whatever. Wait, go away. 5 more minutes. Alright, let's see. I mean, I'm gonna give it a pretty good score in design. It does lose a bit on creativity since, you know, there are sections that are mostly the same as the original, but not entirely. It's only gonna get hit a bit. And I mean, I had fun with it. Functionality-wise, the only beef I have with functionality is it can be difficult to tell when the heck the ceilings are going to crumble. It's like sometimes as soon as you start heading towards the block, other times when you get further over towards the block. I really appreciate the crumbling graphics to let you know when something's gonna fall, though. Like, if something's gonna fall versus not going to fall. So that's my only kind of small beef there. And aesthetics, it was certainly green.
Very, it fits with the tier.
I'm giving it extra points for the enemy aesthetics, because those are really good. The falling apart everything. Let's see. We got 51, 59, and 70. So, you wearing a dress? It looks good or whatever, just cool, eh? That was a bit of a gamble. Submitting a stage that references or remixes existing screens from official levels. This one is very much its own stage, though. Partially because, like, half the screens are original. And because the existing screens are falling to pieces! Wiley, please! You need to clean up your toys after you're done with them! Stop leaving your garbage just laying around, you litterer! The stage is a really neat concept. And it delivers very, very well on that concept. The zombified slash falling to pieces enemy designs are great. I do kind of wish the up and downs in particular had a different spin on them, though. As their irregular explosion pattern can be very annoying when you are in a situation where you need to go fast due to impending death from the fortress falling apart. Really, it's just a delight. The main gimmick really forces you. Oh yeah, I should probably fix the bot now that I've seen that command posted. Hang on. I'm gonna fix the bot. I forgot about to fix the bot. Thing seems... It says it's active. Hang on. I'm gonna turn it off and on again! Okay, I bet it works now! So I'm gonna fix the button!
Oh no! Button shield button.
It works all of a sudden, go figure. Just give the bot a good old slap, turn it off and on again, and away it goes. The main gimmick forces you to hurry it up, or take it carefully. And depending on the situation you're thrown into, and it gives you ample opportunity to react if it is time to go fast. My only gripe is it is occasionally difficult to tell when the platformer is going to fall. The crumbling bits coming from the ceiling are a great indicator, but sometimes you gotta walk a lot farther forward than you would expect for it to actually finally start falling. The boss is kinda creepy, as it should be, though it is quite the handful. Going with a devil boss is also ambitious in this sort of contest, though this one is vulnerable most of the time, so that helps a lot. The extra half a health bar is probably unnecessary, though. The main shots were easy enough to dodge. She to learn and dodge. Though the laser may need a better tell on when it is going to move, as it can take quite a few hard hits to the face before you get the timing down. The blobs firing at you in a fairly random pattern is also unexpected, but they move slow enough to react to. I really like this one, even if it is rough around the edges. The Fortress of MAGMML3 is not a paragon of interesting designs, so picking that of all things to remake? Talk about a risky decision. Fortunately, this is a significant improvement over that, and now ancient finale, which funnily enough is reflected in the level's decrepit state. The crumbling port is a solid mix of old and new, rearranging and modifying familiar layouts to add new tricks, plus a handful of new damage in the level that shows how far the place has fallen. The falling blocks are a nice enough gimmick, though I sometimes found the required reflexes a teensy bit much, and they can cause some downright bizarre screen transitions. But the core problem with this level is how it relies on its own destruction at the expense of all else. While the gimmick setup easily surpasses the original, particularly by getting actual use from the fire bars, the enemies, while they certainly look cool, are overall unmemorable in execution. Big eyes and fleas aren't enough to keep the first part of the stage interesting, even with the falling apart terrain. And while it tries to get better in the second half with screw miners, Susies and screw bladers, Susies and screw bombers, most of them can even be easily dispatched from safety is a bit dull. Combined with a lot of what feels like empty padding in the earlier half, as well as just being plain long, I get that the theme is undead, but even the undead still have a whole more life to them. Damn. The last parts before the boss, thankfully, are much more interesting than the earlier portions. The difficulty curve's a bit weird. I found the super long falling ceiling was less of a threat than all the falling platforms before it, but it's a solid climax all the same. More prominently, Zombie Devil outstrips the level's quality by a mile. Not only is he wonderfully unnerving, but he's also a devil fight that is Tedium incarnate. The dodges on his attacks can be a bit uncomfortably tight, but overall he ends the place on a humming note. As far as remake levels go, this is probably one of the best. Yeah. Oh, I really like the premise of this stage. I can't help but feel it's missing something. Don't get me wrong, though, it's a pretty decent level as a whole, but I think it could have been a lot better as well. The biggest issue I have with this stage is how some of the collapsing floors and ceilings are used. They're implemented really well in the earlier parts of the stage, as they all have obvious placements that are unlikely to catch you out, with the exception of that first falling green ceiling. I did phase through one of the crumbling floors at one point, but everything was going well otherwise. That changed when I got near the end of the stage, though. It's very easy to get blindsided by some of the final sections, especially when enemies are thrown into the mix. One hit can sometimes slow you down, just enough to ensure you won't make it to safe ground. Thankfully, the checkpoint placement is generous enough to relieve any potential frustration. Other than that, the rest of the stage is alright. There's nothing spectacular, doesn't do anything wrong either. I like to take on the whole zombie theme, which is used to good effect with the visuals here. As far as gameplay goes, however, I really wish it was used far more than just crumbling ceilings and having some of the enemies look decayed. There's a lot of potential in the whole Undead theme, most of which seems to have been saved for the boss. He's easily the high point of this stage, having a pretty interesting fight that sets itself apart from the usual devil-style bosses. The only part about this battle I found somewhat questionable was the laser attack, given it can easily catch you off guard at first thanks to the strict spacing needed to avoid it. Otherwise, I had a lot of fun with this fight, to the point where I actually found myself replaying the stage several times just to fight him again. That's something I can't say for nearly any other devil-type boss I've come across in a fan game before, or the official ones for that matter. So that alone made this stage a pretty memorable one in my book. Old memories come haunting back! You know, this patchy face seems appropriate. Whoa! That was legitimately quite a creepy stage. You really got that atmosphere right, hands down. The combination of the disturbing remix of Mega Man 1 Fortress, I mean, it's not that disturbing, it's just one of Rush Jets. The layout replicating said fortress, and the worn-down zombie-looking Mega Man 1 enemies, it does a very good job of giving off that creepy vibe of an abandoned place. Actually, can robots become zombies? What would you call zombified robots? Zombots? Yeah, let's go with that. Zombots. Ultimately, the atmosphere is only a portion of the grand scheme of things. We still need to look into the actual level design. Unfortunately, it's not that pretty. There are plenty of spots where the ceilings or floors would fall and no dripping debris is shown. Sometimes it's played for scare, but other times it's actually dangerous. It's quite inconsistent and could lead to some unfair circumstances that the player has no way to prepare for and react to. Combining the urgency of rushing through rooms with bomb barrages, given the even less opportunity to breathe, makes for a disastrous time. For the boss points for its graphics, set the part where its physical hitbox is smaller than it depicts, which would have made that laser dodging more tolerable. Oh yeah, the laser attack, it definitely can be toned down, and the precision needed to dodge it. The extra half health, bar of health seems rather unwarranted, given that it already takes minimum damage for the buster, and its attacks can be very punishing if not dodged properly. I do appreciate that he doesn't fight like a typical devil boss. Even the Splinter, the splitting attack, is much more manageable with its slower firing rate and leading shots. Are they leading? It almost felt like kinda almost random in parts. Pardon me, but I believe you're looking for Make a Superb Mega Man level contest, which is down the hall. The joke comes back one more time, except complimentary. That's a nice callback, Flashman. Look at him smile! He's actually smiling! It's a miracle! Oh, this is a shining example of level design done right, and a model for any other levels that want to reference past games. The premise is simple. After decades of disrepair, Wily's first fortress is a forgotten tomb for its robotic residents. Or maybe it's just Mega Man 1, but undead. Either way, everything works together to sell that premise, from the spooky remix music to the enemies in various states of visual decay. There's a careful balance of old and new graphics, architecture, and challenges. Comfortable familiarity gives way to twists and surprises that transform the experience into somewhat wholly unique, and the payoff in the end is tremendous. The storytelling is brilliantly intertwined with the challenge progression when the ceiling starts crumbling, for example. It's both a memorable set piece and a seamless introduction to the obstacles ahead. The difficulty in each section ramps up steadily or reaches a satisfying culmination, and then disappears for a few screens to build anticipation for what's ahead. Everything's deliberate, nothing is wasted. My columns are few, but worth articulating. I experienced slowdown with the crumbling walls and fleeting flickering going on into the boss. Yeah, I don't know what was up with that, mine also flickered when you enter the boss room for some reason. The boss's weak point is in a different place than the flashing damage explosion would suggest. The health bar colors look too similar to me. One bar with adjusted damage values would have been preferable. two-way horizontal transitions are questionable. Backtracking is dangerous in one spot, briefly messes with the background graphics elsewhere, and is unnecessarily in a linear puzzle-free level. And 3 or 4 screens leave me wanting some teensy design changes. That's it! This level is so clever and deliciously creepy. From the nostalgic beginning to the horrifying climax, everything just works. It's a throwback that stands tall if you haven't played Mega Man, even if you haven't played Mega Man 1. Outstanding! Give it the old stamp of approval. Ah, this is very cool. But wait, depending on where this lands in the contest, you may have noticed me frequently complain about stage remakes and how I often tend to dislike them heavily. They just kind of scrambling, it's like, crap, What makes this stage so special, seeing how it's straight up lift segments from Mega Man 1? It's even a large segment of the fortress in a single stage, and you despise other stages that did that. You were complaining to MAGMML3 too! Well, explain that! MX game furry dog thing, huh? So, weirdly angry strong person who doesn't exist, I'd be happy to. Well, at least it's acknowledging the straw man. Because it's not just a remake stage. The big issue with those stages was I could swap the entry with the original level and it'd feel exactly the same. Even if it swaps the odd enemy or gimmick here or there. Even if it has a new layout. If it feels like I might as well play the original stage. If that said stage is better, even then, what really is the point of the new one? Yeah, that's a good way of summarizing it, really. Because this one is very different. Remakes of stages in these contexts should offer something only the remake could offer. I mean, there's also the sand stage, which was also very different from the original despite copying and pasting the layout. But I hated how it played! Here, you don't get that I have played this before sensation. Instead, it offers the familiar locale and a few choice assets from Mega Man 1, but has enough brand new content that offsets the repeated screens. And those repeat screens, it plays with expectations and design of those screens by doing something that is new to this level, and this level alone. You can't just swap this stage with Wily Castle. And that's really the rub of it. This level offers a whole new experience. I haven't played this before. It helps that this is a pretty fun stage. Excuse me, I can't read today. But the player and the stage are in sync. It's a smooth glide through the creepy area as the broken stage literally breaks apart around you. Enemies were reskinned to embrace atmosphere and even little effects like the lights flickering on and off. Did you notice that bit? It's really subtle, but it enhances the mood. I thought it was a trick of the eyes initially. Very cool. The stage does have faults. Some areas really do require trial and error to bypass. Checkpoint placement helps offset this, but I'd say the area that either requires running or sliding to get through could have done with just more of a visual cue. And of the enemies, they're fine, right? They're basic and generic, but again, it's a stage remake, that's fine. They weren't given the layouts, but the pimp enemies, the bomb-bombs, these hurt the flow of the stage. With no warning and some absurdly large cop range, they're difficult to avoid. Which, when getting nailed by just 1 or 2 of them, forces the player to damage boost to avoid being crushed. Just grinds my gears a little bit. I knew what the boss was coming in. We all knew, right? What else could it be? Channeling its best X6 Sigma, the zombie devil was very, very cool. It's damn creepy and the sheer occasional claustrophobia-inducing casual walk towards you. Oh no, why isn't it stopping? Really sells it. By virtue of not just doing the usual devil stuff, the usual devil tedium does not occur here, even with its increased health and defense. The I-beam is rather hard to parse, though. I understand how it's dodged, but its timing and rather odd SFX are such that it took a while and a lot of attempts to make it reliable. I think some better sound cues would help this fight gel just that bit more. Overall, though, it's one of the better devils out there. Although, please don't take that as damning with faint praise, because it's overall one of my favorite boss fights in the contest. So yes, overall cool stage, and a great example of how to make a remake stage feel new. Though anyone thinking about entering a stage remake of MAGMML3, don't try and do this again. Come up with something original. It just could use some further tweaking to really push it up there. I think patchy this time. Patchy. Geek Man! Oh, you're gonna be such a... Why are you gonna be such a mega dweeb, huh? No tornado blow, nope.
No ice wall! Oh no! Whatever. Let me guess, it's all the utility.
Oh no! No, I got all the rushes. That is such a weird thing to disable. Alright. I hope if Capcom does the next Mega Man game, just make a good Mega Man game. That's all I want. It's like the thing with the classic series is you don't really need to do anything too crazy with them. It's like the double gear gimmick was nice, but it wasn't necessary. It's a good addition to Mega Man's gameplay. But like, I just want more Mega Man games, you know? I wanted to not take a decade between entries.
I just want to play more Mega Man. That's all.
It doesn't have to be revolutionary, I just want more content. Part of the reason why I love Mega Man games is because they are short and simple. Which is
Really, really missing in the current gaming landscape, to say the least. Outside of indie, of course.
Indie's the last surviving bastion when it comes to
Keeping things short and sweet.
I don't even technically mind if they go back to Mega Man 2 style gameplay. I am not one of the people that likes Mega Man 2 that much, but like...
I'm just happy to play more classic series games, man. That's all I really need. As long as the content is good, I'm happy.
Because by now, at this point, I've completely just sworn off any games that have microtransactions and gotchas and battle passes and whatnot. I refuse to play those, just out of principle. I know it's not going to make a damn difference. For every one of me, I mean, for every one whale, there would be like 10,000 of me's to counterbalance, but like...
I'm just not interested. I just want complete games. Complete fun single-player experiences.
Is this getting faster?
Why is it getting faster?
Wait, is this gonna... Yup! Wait a minute. I see. It was getting faster because I was moving faster. Hang on, I need to put on more appropriate music for this stage now. Oh, jeez, what song was this? Gotcha. Spark? What the? Even Spark Man! I'm not entirely sure what his color flipping's doing. Damn it. I tried to rush. It was a bad idea. Alright, gonna wait for the next one. Stop! Yeah, it's the Mario Galaxy 2 song from Flip Swap Galaxy. I don't think these guys actually hurt. Yeah, so I can just jump through them. Gotta keep moving! Shit! Oh, I was supposed to actually be down here for this! Works for me! I see what we're doing. I've seen this concept in Mario Maker before. Wait, so hold on. There we go. It feels a little bit odd, I must say, but it works. Give me those. Alright, let's go deal with the geek. Alright, nerd, let's go! Aqua got to think more. The Twitch Prime for 2 months. Thank you for the good luck. And it's been a little bit more for us today.
They're kind of a blob, huh?
You made it all the way through my lair. Turn it out, Geek Man. Ah, come on, that's out of character. You fell right into my trap. Activate VR zone! Welcome to my fantasy, the one in which I'll defeat you! I would like you to meet some of my original characters! You know, after we dealt with the bullet patterns we dealt with in this contest,
This is very tame.
that's not the issue of being out of range most of the time, though. Don't make me pull a weapon out. I'll do it. Oh, now 2 balls. Ah, we're doubling up now. Double up. Impressive! Well, I see how you fare against me! Those better just be damage spikes! Okay, I surrender! Hey, okay, I surrender, just don't shoot me! What do you think I was gonna do? Okay, I get it. What if I promise you I'll do no more harm? I'll just sit in my room watching movies all day. You know, normally I would ignore these empty promises. So, are you letting me go? We're returning Dr. Light's data. Okay, fine, take it. But just remember that Dr. Wily's just one of my clients. Now, you had to admit that VR Zone was pretty rad, right? I gotta stop doing this, it's painful. Look, all I'm saying is, as soon as the original characters and nonsense were brought out,
There was only one thing that could be done, voice-wise.
look at all these donut steals. Look at them all. Ah, there's the dastardly doppelgangers. I still ultimately just prefer this one because it has an actual border around the screen.
Buddy, you okay down there? That's a hell of an expression. Hang on.
That's decently creative. Let's see. I'm in all right time with this stage.
The boss definitely dragged on a bit long.
Function, some of it was a little bit odd, like that last footholder puzzle. I kind of felt like I had to wedge myself up there just to get up to the token. And the aesthetics were quite plain. Let's see. 46, 54, 60. Now I'll unleash my devastating power as you only made me use 1% of it. My everything proof shield saves me from your mega gun cannon. Snort. Jokes aside, this level was alright. Kinda just became Flip Swap Galaxy after a bit there. But it was used in fun little ways. With the footholders that actually have feet. Why is that oddly disturbing? Most of it came together really well. And the token where you had to carefully swap between the on and off states of the blocks while riding the foot holder, or foot holder, Foot Clan holder? Holder! Well, it was very satisfying. I cannot say the same thing about the one where you had to carefully time yourself to shove the foot holder through the on-off blocks. Jumping up to the platform afterwards almost felt buggy. So I kinda got shoved up there rather than being able to jump it. Weird. Overall, I do like the stage. Though the boss, it definitely dragged on. By nature of, well, it being 4 phases. Geek-themed phase having 2 full health bars. On top of that, to essentially make it closer to, 7 phases really did not help. The fight itself is easy, though I do hope those were damage spikes. In the last form, I was not about to science to find out. The biggest defenders in this fight, though, are the definitely not Tuhu and the jet form. since they stay out of buster range for a while. Best just use weapons for those two and be done with.
Personally, Snort, if I were to rate my original creations, I would give them 1,000,000 out of 69 because I'm just that rad.
I can't. I was really looking forward to seeing what this level was about, given the name, and honestly, first impressions left me underwhelmed.
Am I referencing something? Just general things. It's a stereotype that's used a lot.
It's just making fun of a common trope. And a trope that, you know, the boss leaned into, so maybe not to quite the same extent, but definitely a bit of leaning into. First, okay. There's no real issue with the outright level design. It introduces its core combat concepts smartly. And the second section eases you into the main challenge with a variety of footwalkers. It's well built, but there's no real theme to it. Bats, buzzsaws, Joes, boxes, and footwalkers are not exactly the most interesting assets, especially paired with a nondescript fortress background. This means that while the design is alright, it doesn't stand out half as well as one would hope. Fortunately, the Mario-esque switch blocks give us a more geeky element at the halfway point. This is more or less what the level needed, and it gets a massive variety of mutations that accumulate in one long footwalker switch block segment. Unfortunately, this is a lot more effective in Mario's games for a reason. Mega Man just doesn't have the same level of aerial mobility. Does he? Like, here's an interesting thing. Mega Man has more air control. He may not have, like, mid-air spins or all the other things that Mario does, but Mega Man can turn on a dime. So in a way, is it more air mobility or is it less air mobility? It's kind of a thing. They're both very mobile for different reasons. Mario can just kind of keep going, but Mega Man can steer himself perfectly. Since a single wrong button can get you killed, particularly in the lengthy jumping room, these are significantly more nerve-wracking than intended, and the end result is awkward to play. Ironically, this improves immensely once the gimmicks combine with the footwalkers, which highlights how off-kilter that middle piece is. Still, that's the one area where the level design itself outright falters. Otherwise, this plays fine from start to finish, with the big issue being the nondescript fortress setting. I'm probably talking the 2D Mario, so if I had to guess any of them, we're probably looking at New Soup, which is definitely quite good at coming out of bad situations. The boss fights, thankfully, are the kind of interesting I'm looking for. Sparkman is a nice spin on the switch blocks. Far more suited to Mega Man's gameplay. As for Geek Man, I'm surprised Mega Man thinks geeks are less threatening than bubbles in 20XX. As for the fight itself, it's decent, but oh my goodness, is it ever long. This is about 6 phases on 5 health bars. Too much to do in one life. The individual fights aren't bad. The only OC that wasn't fun was the Toho, which felt like a Wily capsule and had Wily capsule problems. And Geek Man himself has a wonderful challenge of mastery. If they were split by a checkpoint, I'd be happy, but instead dying to Geek Man shoves you back to Brown Sonic. It's more of a gold, really. Which is a lot of progress lost. Still, with the boss lacks in design consideration, he makes up for it by being interesting. It was a good way to end the level, and I wish the rest of the level was this geeky. I'm not sure if I have much to say about this one, to be honest. It's a little on the generic side, but it's still a perfectly serviceable level at the end of the day. To be fair, there's some pretty decent ideas and gimmick applications going on here. The jump switch blocks are used in a way that helps keep things engaging, and I quite like some of the enemy variations here. Mainly the ones used with those platform rails. Meanwhile, Two-Eyed Sniper Joe is one of the most cursed things I've ever seen in this contest! Yeah, I think the highest air mobility still goes to Jigglypuff. Almost all the introductions and segments after that are decently put together, and there's some clear thought towards the difficulty curve here. That being said, one part of the level that I felt was a bit out of place was the second token. I found the process of getting it strangely way more difficult than anything else in the level, even the other tokens. It definitely felt like something that should have belonged more towards the end of the stage. Beyond all that, we have Geek-Man himself. He's probably... Okay, the generic aspects of this level are mostly that it's leaning on Wily Fortress aesthetics. And with the enemy selection, well, that's probably why it's getting the generic label. Because it looks like something you've played 100 times before. The gimmicks themselves help it stand out, like with the foot walkers and the switch blocks, but visually and enemy-wise, it's gonna feel very, very familiar. Beyond all that, we have Geek-Man himself. I have mixed feelings about his fight. At the very least, I appreciate that the mini-bosses leading up to him aren't too overwhelming, though that Tuco probably could have stayed within the Buster's range a little more often. The fight against Geek-Man proper isn't that great, though. His first phase attack, as in the only thing he does, is way too simplistic and easy to avoid, while he stays out of the Buster's reach for far too long during the second phase. Meanwhile, the final phase suddenly amps things up quite a bit, with spikes now lining up the floor, and the jump block gimmick coming into play during all of this. I certainly don't mind the ideas present here, but a better difficulty curve for the fight would have made things a lot smoother. Overall, though, I didn't really mind this stage that much. This one's fine for what it is in my book. Oh, I see, the Fortified Donuts. Fortified Donuts. Although the gimmicks are fairly basic and generic overall, the stage makes use of them quite well. None of the gimmicks feel underutilized, and they're pieced together throughout the stage nicely. The green bullet reskin seems a bit unnecessary, as it doesn't stand out as much as regular bullets do, and it can become really hard to see with the overall dark background of the stage. The jump-activated switches are quite elegantly implemented as they make for neat little platforming gimmicks, and synergize very well with the foot holders and the bad enemies that push players into jumping, and thus activating switches. The Sparkman fight, although very creative with how the jump switching mechanic can influence the way he attacks, is overall quite awkward. It seems that the player is encouraged to keep Sparkman in his blue state, but there's not enough thirds for it, as it only makes him shoot the big spark shots slightly away from where you are. There's just too much jumping required for maneuvering around the arena and dodging the smaller spark shots as well. The different states only serve to throw players off the rhythm. The real boss fight is very charming, referencing recolors of characters from popular franchises that make for neat little mini-boss fights themselves. It was quite a funny concept on its own, and Geek-Man himself ain't too bad either, though the last phase can be a little too hectic with the implementation of the jump switch mechanic, which the player doesn't really have control over due to the spikes and footholder hopping around. Ultimately, it doesn't matter, as it only switches from the two very basic ways of Geek-Man attacking. The interactivity with Geek-Man after the fight adds to the charm of the stage as well, thus making quite a lovable character. He's smiling again!
It keeps happening! This tier is good for Flashman's mental health.
It is pleasing him. I was expecting the level equivalent of Weird Al Yankovic's White and Nerdy. What I got was bats and feety footholders. Non-specific fortress tiles and odd-looking Joes? There's no denying the creativity. Everything here is either brand new or a fresh twist on the familiar. But I fail to see how it all relates to the boss. White and Nerdy. Oh, Weird Al. Weird Al, why did your latest polka medley have to contain all the songs that used to torment me on the retail store's overhead radio? Why? Why is it like all of them? It hurts. It hurts my soul. Setting aside the premise, the level is quite decent. Challenges ramp up to hit an acceptable pace, though top solids are introduced in a bad spot. and they sufficiently explore the potential of these assets. Everything's deliciously tricky with a puzzle element that I love. Switch blocks are used especially well, and the line-guided blade challenges are highly satisfying. The graphics are appealing without drawing attention away from the challenges. If it were actually loud enough to hear, I'm sure I'd say the music is nice.
I turned off the music to turn on Flip Switch Galaxy, so I can't even comment on that.
Yeah, I know, right, cool, but
It still hurt! It still hurt my soul. I hate those songs so much. After you've heard them 100 times when you didn't like them to begin with, they really start to grate on your nerves.
However, checkpoint placement isn't aligned well with the challenge arcs, which you'll notice when dying on some rocky footholder sections. When given a split path, it's unclear which way to go. Huge portions of the level can be bypassed with Rush Jet, and I'm unsure why any weapon other than Magnet Beam needed to be locked. Moreover, Joe's shields only block the Buster. A couple of screen transitions can be deadly if you're messing around, and the boss fight doesn't fully account for special weapons, including a potential soft lock. Ooh. The boss is fine, but disappointing. Attack patterns are repetitive, and those OCs could have been a comedy goldmine if given names and backstories.
That's not a bad point, actually.
Geek-Man himself looks strange. I can't tell if he's human or robot, and his dialogue doesn't hook me. I mean, yeah, I still found it funny, it's just that it hurts a little bit
To hear those awful songs again. I still enjoyed it, because, I mean, it's, you know, polka's fun. I like polka.
Paradoxically, the level is strongest when it strays from its premise. But doing so makes the whole thing weaker. I say ditch the story and embrace the platforming goodness that works so well on its own. As you keep finding soft blocks because Flashman went into these levels on his second playthrough, trying to break them, and break them he did! He was actively seeking them out, and he found them. Big takeaway here is that the main gimmicks are very well explored. This is a challenging stage that only rarely has difficulty spikes. It builds on the elements it teaches, and it teaches it all very well. The jump/swapping block, taken directly from one of the Mario games I'm sure, just works so well when combined with Mega Man. And although they're a little slow, the walking footholders make them for some interesting if tricky segments. And I'd say most tokens are fairly reasonable with weapons, acting as solid mini side challenges. The final star token is just irritating though. It's not hard, it's just too awkward and frustrating. The timing often feels like a crapshoot here. The biggest issue I've had with this stage, and I fear this will make this level a little contentious going forward, is checkpoints. They're quite long, and it really would have helped the stage's pacing if a few more were liberally placed. Lacking one prior to the weird Sparkman fight is especially glaring. The stage looks and feels a bit generic, but not to the same extent as some stages. Considering the graphics are directly from the Wily stages, it still looks nice. Would have preferred more flavor elements and life to the background details to set it apart, but what's there does help. One noteworthy detail is the use of shadows to indicate pits. Far too many stages fail to do so, especially those that use the Mega Man tiles included in the dev kit. But I feel it's worth mentioning every so often. Geek-Man's a bit of a mixed bag himself. Most of it's a fine fight, if a bit long, and I know what Geek-Man himself is referencing all too well, and mechanically he's reasonable. The third original character, Donut Steel, and Plane Pour, are rather tedious to fight, and I think the cyber pixel forms really need a more polish, at least separating and shading the large pixels. It looks so underwhelmingly jank right now, given the reference to a rather spectacular boss in Contra Hardcore. Oh well, overall I rather enjoyed the stage. I think it's a good one. I think we'll go with Ace this time. Yo, Clown Man, what's up? Can we see that Zero Zoner's boner? I don't know which one is which, but sure. Was it this one? Okay, so it's this one. Oh, that's like doppelgangers. Zero Zoners too. Ah, this one.
I hang on, the thwomp in the lower right, though.
Okay, good, I can turn it off.
Look at Swamp Man! Look at Swamp Man! Look at him! Look at him!
Aha! I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh no! I'm sorry I spent so much time looking at Floater's Clown Man! Somewhere underground. I can describe a lot of stages. Bygone Sovereign. Oh yeah, I don't think I should have talked to him. Fanfiend Jr. I was never trained how to jump. Send help! Look, I've got an option for you. Wait, you can't jump. Here. Darn, it doesn't work. He's too heavy.
I tried, Chad! I tried to save him!
It's Street Fighter time. Do 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 do. Okay, something else. It just reminds me of a Street Fighter song. But it's something different. I was expecting it to break into do 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 do. I'm picking up a significant energy element reading inside, emanating from inside the spine. And most strikingly, your scanners indicate a few robot master signature. I can't do that. I can't do the fun song. Talking like every fun is hard. Okay, they just 4 damage spikes. Good!
Good, if those were death spikes, that'd be completely unreasonable.
Interesting kind of adapting the Drill Man blocks and what looks to be Mega Man 3 Wily Refight stage graphics? Ow, those things hurt. Got some gems popping up a few times here in this contest, and their songs are consistently bangers, so let's keep going. Yeah. Whoa. Whoa. Woo. Hey. Slide very slow. Hey, jump big as a gun.
Again, chat! It keeps happening! Why does that time up so well?
Hey, Iron Man, you're probably weak to this. Iron Man, why are you a mid-boss? If my body makes it out unscathed and safe from broken boughs, a promise spoken leaves me holding on. I just can't get a hold of why we're always hurting the ones we love. Can burning hearts still keep us strong? I imagine that's lyrics to whatever this song is originally from. As long as this, it sounds like something from an anime intro, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. Oh, now see, now this. I like this palette a lot, actually. Yes, good. I appreciate that the water in the background is animated. This is very nice. No idea what Silverstein is. A lot of other 8-bit covers of songs have actually been pretty okay. But we'll see. And mostly you get content ID flagged, which, you know, with how many things get content ID flagged, you kind of stop caring after a while. Canadian rock band, alright, cool. I might be terribly biased. I am biased on this topic. Jumping even hit me from here? No, I can't.
You having fun jumping? You having a good time? Enjoying yourself?
I skipped past the previous token.
Can I scroll back?
No. I might have gotten it. I might not be paying attention. Okay, yeah, it's just this one. I wasn't paying attention. That might be. Look, I just wanted to humiliate Jump Big again, right? Right? That's what this is about. Come on, Jump Big, do a big jump. Why is your hitbox like this, Jump Big?
Jump big! Jump big! There you go!
Oh, it's just another... Okay, let's see. You'd be weak to this, right? It's the closest thing I do to an explosion. Not exactly.
Oh, they removed his iframes.
Poor guy. You know, maybe if people stopped using boss toys all over the thing. Jet ski section underground? Alright. The jet ski is not immune to spikes. Seems like a pretty crappy ride. Why can't I just ride my cat? My cat's immune to spikes. Sort of. Okay, token's coming up. The scroll is kind of jittery in this section. Okay, I actually did press the jump button that time. It might even showed up. But apparently, I pressed it a little bit late. I'd probably prefer to keep Tango, to be honest. I like my cat. Hey, Wally, what's up? Ah, I see. That's why we're using this music. My favorite one of the Game Boy game bosses. Except now it's even more annoying to actually hit him. No, that's not Mega Man 8 rule. That's Mega Man 11 rule. There's a difference. I feel when we're actually less mobile on this jet ski. Just you wiggle your eyebrows at me. Give me that. Yeah, it's a very claustrophobic boss fight. It's alright. Didn't think it was anything too crazy. Not a lot of mileage out of the dropping rock sections, but, you know. Otherwise, it was a pretty normal underground stage with a normal set of underground stage enemies. It looked nice. See. And aesthetics. It's alright. I liked it. See. 46. 54. 63. It certainly is a stage that happens to be underground. It's a good looking underground stage. With some pleasing adaptations of existing graphics, mixed with some new ones. I especially liked with the more quote-unquote open caverns, with the purple background showing up. It made for a very pleasing breakup in the otherwise rather homogeneous palette. In terms of gameplay, this one gets a ton of mileage out of the dropping stone shoots, using them as means to platform around, or dodging them as an obstacle, or having to hop from pile to pile, hoping not to get pushed to a spiky doom. Probably could have done without the two full-on Robot Master mini-bosses, though. Even if they had most of their iframes removed. Speed things up. The level was long enough without them. The jet ski segment is a bit awkward. In some ways, it feels like it would have been more fun to go with Rush Bike instead. Especially since its immunity to spikes beyond draining energy would make the segment feel a little better. Since as is, you end up having to guess whether you are going high or low, or whether or not to jump in a few segments. Where the consequence for an incorrect choice is death. And then there's the boss. This is really not my favorite Wily Monster reference, due to its hurry up and wait structure of having to wait out each cycle to get a chance at landing the count bomb explosion. I mean the walking count bomb explosion. It gets very claustrophobic towards the end, which really does not help. The patterns are also very samey. It was a cool looking machine, and just, you know, not that engaging. Good level overall, if a bit on the generic side. As far as the typical cave level goes, this might just be one of the strongest. I can't say it's super unique, admittedly. The aesthetic's pretty much just a standard old cave, besides the random almost out of place splash of purple. But I like the purple. It breaks up all the reddish brown. And the level's core gimmicks are things that I've seen several times before. However, it spins things in a way that results in an entertaining level nonetheless. One of the level's strengths is the sheer versatility to its core gimmick. The simplicity of the rock blocks means that they can be used in a lot of ways, and whoo boy, does this place deliver on that potential. Rocks as regular obstacles, rocks dispensers, belts that carry rocks, rocks on spikes, and throw them all together near the end for one big splash. It also works wonders for the difficulty curve, giving the level a consistent growth, without ever going overboard. The jet ski was also appreciated. While it definitely came out of nowhere, it was easily the most distinctive part of the level, and made great use of rocks and rock thrown alike. Speaking of rock thrones, the enemies were a treat. Valley proved an excellent obstacle in the conveyor sections, not unlike the rock thrones encountered in the spike section. Carrot by itself was alright, but it truly shined whenever it was combined with Catch. Something about debris flying everywhere while you fight a wobbly Minecraft makes things so much more fun. Sadly, both Tondeel and jumping felt off. Jumping was an alright enemy, but the first encounter is definitely trickier due to the tighter quarters. As for Tondeel, it was basically useless. The most noteworthy Tondeel is the one I managed to kill by accident just because of the wait, what did I just kill moment? Despite a couple of duds in the enemy set, the rest of the level's design's pretty freaking strong. I'm especially surprised at how effective Hardman and Stoneman are as mid-bosses. Although the boss left a bit to be desired, given the required method to hit him and the use of the aimed missiles, this wily drill machine felt an awful lot like a Brain Crusher 2.0. Additionally, the third Alabel fight felt significantly more annoying to land compared to the one after it, even on repeats, which made the fight drag a little. Still, outside of those issues, the drill machine is a decent climax, and as a whole, the level was well built. This is a perfectly average level. It's one of those stages where outside of one or two things, there's not really anything noteworthy going on with it, both in terms of good and bad aspects. If anything, this level's biggest crime is just being a bit bland. I mostly blame this on the difficulty curve, or rather the lack thereof. The platforming and room/enemy layouts are adequate, nothing amazing, but nothing terrible either. While the gimmick usage is about on par as well, it stays like this throughout almost the entire stage, which in turn makes a lot of the rooms feel interchangeable. That said, there were two parts of the level that did stick out to me in some way. The first being one of the conveyor belt falling rock segments midway through the stage, mostly because it's one of the only parts that has a completely different background from the rest of the stage. It's quite nice looking too. It's shame it doesn't get used more often because the level could have really done with some aesthetic variety. The other one, of course, is the wave bike section. It wasn't necessarily easier or harder than the rest of the level, but at the very least it did mix things up a bit. Which in turn brings us to the boss, which plays out somewhat like the Wily Machine from Mega Man 5 on the Game Boy, at least in the way you damage it. Similar to the stage itself, this isn't necessarily a bad fight, but I did find it rather easy. While it's definitely trickier to avoid, it's in the missiles and sparks once the machine gets closer. The time bomb's explosions also become easier to land as a result. At least that's how I felt by the time the fight ended. That is true. I was noticing that as well. Like I said, this is a very average stage through and through. That said, I could definitely see being a lot better if the stage was broken up with more interesting moments, like the wave bike segment. Somewhere around an undervariant.
Apache's running out of ways to say, it's a cave!
An alright stage, rather generic theming with kind of predictable enemy and gimmick choices. It also feels like it's missing one thing to make it complete. Maybe could have used one more gimmick in conjunction with the rock blocks. The designs aren't bad, I like the part where you shoot the rocks, but not too much, to make your way over the spikes. It gets rather hectic, especially with the part with all the conveyors and rock dispensers. Interesting to have the past Robot Masters as mini-bosses, but as they can be easily shredded with Buster Spam, they kind of become very non-threatening. The most engaging part is the wave bike segment at the end. I like the reaction-based obstacles, except that one part near the end where I keep getting tricked into falling to the rock in the spike pit to proceed, but it's more dead end. Gee, I wouldn't know what pit you're talking about. It's not like I died in that exact same way. The fight at the end is quite creative, changing a line of machine battle into one where you ride a wave bike through the whole battle, though it could become hard to time and dodge the lightning balls and the missiles at the same time due to the reduced maneuverability on the wave bike. There's a certain familiarity about this level. It reminds me of Drill Man, Flame Mammoth, Gutsman's Asteroid, and Oh Joe's! Mostly the out-of-reach laser trident block, which is obnoxiously obvious here. Familiarity is fine, as long as the level sufficiently blends old and new to create a unique experience. And I think this level is modestly successful in that regard. A strong aesthetic identity is a great start. Organic architecture, polished tilework, and richly detailed background landscapes give the level a sense of place and professionalism. Although the lyrics of the song it's covering are of dubious pertinence, the main music sets a distinctive tone and segues nicely into the boss theme. Its design sets this level apart further. It's fair, focused, considerate, and free of so many issues I'm tired of complaining about in this contest. Damn! If you want complaints, I can bring up one or two barely noteworthy glitches. A disproportionately easy first token, balanced by a satisfyingly challenging final token. And now too much animation/emotion makes the gorgeous waterfall cavern a bit disorienting. But you probably don't want complaints, so let me compliment the Capcom quality boss fight and the cute escape scene that follows. Realistically, there's only one thing restraining the uniqueness of this experience, and it's the slow progression to what's new and exciting about the level. For every screen where you're using falling rocks to build platforms, dodging attacks from multiple angles, watching your aim on a wave bike turn dirt bike, or gleefully railing on moderately difficult man, wisely demoted from hard man, thanks to a lack of invincibility frames, there are two screens where you keep your distance and tackle one obstacle at a time. As for Dr. Light's long-winded dialogue, the level is weighed down by more content than it realistically needs to get its point across. I can forgive that, though engrossing atmosphere and thoughtful challenges, sign me up. How many cases have been in this game again? I think we're up to like 6 or 7.
Also, he's smiling again! Flashman is very pleased by this tier.
This is a hard one to review. It does a lot of things technically correct, and those deserve praise. There's a nice rising challenge, and whilst I think this is a very difficult level, good checkpoint placement softens the frustration factor. The 2 rooms inspired by Mercury's stage in Fire Game Boy are just really well designed. The 5 tokens were enjoyable to get as well. The level here, in my opinion, one of the better wave bike segments of this contest. These are really easy to screw up, but the difficulty here is nailed. I also thought it looked very pretty. The tile set's well chosen, and that purple cavern segment's just gorgeous. Finally, the Wily Drill is a very cool concept for a boss. It's a nice interpretation of the mechanic for the Wily Machine in Fine Game Boy, but it gets very claustrophobic by the end of the fight. Ridiculously tough to avoid as a missile during the last few hits. I can see some players struggling with the ball timing to this fight. The timing is awkward, resulting in a boss that's difficult to even damage. I consider all the above positives, but something about this level saps my enjoyment. The further you go into the stage, the more you start seeing familiar setups. There are often filler rooms or just enemies, and the combinations start getting stale. I consider using Robot Masters as mid-bosses to be the worst design decision you made. They serve as the very definition of filler, and neither Hard Man or Stone Man do much other than pad out the stage. I also really dislike the music. It's well composed, yet repetitive and monotonous. It looping so quickly really highlights how long the level is. As such, a basic stage concept and theme, I think this really needed some trimming. It's still all for its own good, and just one segment too many. Not you this time. Oh man, I said one of those really long names. Nowhere, yet everywhere, when the world may loop. I'm gonna have to decrease the font size on this one a little bit so it fits. My Juice Man Jimmy! Everything, everywhere, all at once. Interesting intro, alright. Oh god, it loops. Alright, the world really does loop.
Okay, we're getting some Mario screen wrapping nonsense.
You know, if we're gonna go with a Mega Man 8 song, I think there's a more fitting one than this Wily stage theme. So let me put on an appropriate one. Because, I mean, we're going with a fairly trippy gimmick here, right? I don't think the Wily theme works well here, because this is the theme of Jump, Jump, Slide, Slide, right? I think a more fitting option for Mega Man 8 is actually... Astroman's the obvious choice. Been seeing a lot of these bigger Mets lately. I have to keep an eye out for the looping screens, for any tokens that might be around. Oh, that must be back to the beginning of this entire auto scroll. Okie dokie. Not what I was looking for there, game. There we go, it's working now. Alright, so I got another token there. So I got another token coming up here and another token down here. Got it, alright. They seem to be on the beaten path, so let's kind of just keep going. With the gimmick, it can be hard to keep track of what can and cannot have tokens. I mean, I know what it wants me to do. But I can also just... Interesting that I only have Rush Jet out of all my utilities. Sure? Not entirely sure what the switch is for. I should probably hit it though, just in case. It's like it loops, but not in any ways that make sense. Instead, I'm just going through screen transitions that I haven't tried yet. Astroman even has a stage looping gimmick in their stage. I don't know, it just feels kind of funny to have used the Lively 1 song instead. I'm gonna wait a sec before I hit this. Oh god! Whoop! Okay, we're fine. Okay, that's why we looped around, because I needed to be able to hit the switch. Yeah, I can only imagine what the level order would be if I arranged them in order.
The levels I liked most.
Wait! Gotcha! Okay, we're fine.
Everything's okay.
Thanks for playing. Alright. Gotta turn the regular music back on now. This guy a Dan? I'm getting kind of tired of seeing this guy, not gonna lie. A confusing stage, but nevertheless, not bad. It just had that one particular segment that I just fire off question marks everywhere at because
It's no longer looping. It's just a weird arbitrary exit maze. Makes you feel like I was in one of them Mario 1 castles where you have to choose the correct exact paths. Just without the beeping, the confirmation. Doo-doo.
although I guess it didn't do that in the original game. That was a all-stars only little contribution. Yeah, it's probably just another looping segment. Okie dokie. I mean, it's certainly an interesting idea, although it didn't feel like it did very much with it. It's an okay level, and I had a lot more fun with, like, the dynamic switch block nonsense than
The actual looping gimmick.
function. I really didn't care for that one puzzle section and how it functioned. This is very, very unclear to the player, because the established rules you have is that it's looping screens, and then it's not looping screens. It's this one leads there, and that one leads there, and it breaks from what was previously established. And the aesthetics are fine. 24, 40, 47, 54. Oh, come on! The Lively One music! Astro Man's song was right there! Waiting to be chosen! The stage even has a weird looping! Couple of looping room mazes! Alright. Silliness aside. The stage is an interesting concept, but I find the execution rather lacking. It is nice in the way that it makes bottomless pits basically a non-issue throughout the stage. But the actual looping part of the looping does not really get explored much. it is used a touch for, like, an introduction at the start, making safety nets, and for one of the tokens. But beyond that, the other section that attempts to make use of the looping does not even loop. Every screen exit goes to a different place. The entrances have been decoupled. It breaks the player's brain a bit, because it's a shift from the previously established rules. I got out of there not too much trouble, since there was really not a lot else to try beyond going back into screens through different exits. But still, really, in terms of stage gimmicks, I had a lot more fun with the on-off switches during dangerous situations, and the enemy mix, since it led to some pretty satisfying little rooms. This is just a weird one to talk about overall. Also, that boss, man, that boss is real dull. I get it works with the looping theme of the stage, but it is one of the more boring Game Boy bosses to choose from. An alright stage, but not my cup of tea. Goodness, what's the point of having such a long name? If you can help it, you really should avoid having gigantic nameplates. It just makes it harder to talk about your level unless everyone uses a nickname or shortens it. Perhaps it's just something deliberately dumb, a la Chuck Magnus damage counter, but either way, I wouldn't advise it. Ridiculous name aside, this is an interesting level. It doesn't look like much at first, being a generic space station with soft, mildly menacing music. But it quickly reveals itself to be one of the more cerebral platformers in the contest, and it makes itself work. The combination of maze warps and switches lend themselves to a confusing yet surprisingly understandable puzzle. The auto-scroll is also great, and I love how the first token factors into the intro, teaching the player through a reward. The enemy set is similarly effective, while Fatul and Waltrot don't stand out much. Fujin gets a lot of use as an out-of-reach target, and the chuck magnets here, while I wish they looked different from the norm to avoid confusion, are probably the least annoying in the game. They make a solid obstacle. In the end, the level's biggest weakness with me is the aforementioned aesthetic. While the music's pretty good for thinking, the visual design is extremely boring, draining a lot of fun from the place if you aren't a puzzle person. Beyond that, I really don't think this level needed a boss. The last auto-scroll felt like a perfect conclusion. Hunter A feels like they're just there to have a boss. I'm well aware that Mega Man has boss fights, and I struggle to name a classic Mega Man level that doesn't have some kind of boss. But sometimes the formula does actually work against you, and if that's the case for your level, don't try to force it. Overall, this is a fascinating level. I can't say it's super amazing, but what it's got is just fine. Just a couple of kinks to iron out, really. I have to admit that I'm not too keen on screen wrapping gimmicks, mainly because half the time I see it, it's used to create finicky and confusing maze-like setups. For what it's worth, though, the stage mostly manages to avoid falling into that pitfall, both by being linear and by having some genuinely well-put-together segments. I think the strongest aspect of this level is how the screen wrapping is used in tandem with enemy placement. One moment in particular that stuck out to me was the Fatul that you need to fight twice after flipping a switch and looping to the top of the screen. This is also one of the rare levels where I found Fujin was actually somewhat threatening thanks to how they're placed. It's clear there was a lot of thought put into these segments, with the final lead up to the boss having a nice combination of all the level's previous aspects. I I'd say the only section I didn't like as much was the strange loop near the second token where you need to hit a switch, then immediately backtrack from the token room in order to progress. That part felt a little off compared to the rest of the stage's clear-cut progression, but thankfully that's the only time it deviates in such a way. All in all, that's about all I can think to mention with this stage, actually. Maybe it's just me, but even with the aspects mentioned before, this level feels strangely empty at times. I think it's a combination of the aesthetics and the fact that there's only 4 enemy types. Not to mention the switches are the only other gimmick here besides the screen wrapping. All things considered, this averages out to being a pretty decent level. Here? Where? There! A pretty creative level with the screen wrapping, if you can wrap your head around all the wrapping going on. Definitely a trippy one, but it's much easier to understand the layout once you treat them as soft reset points. I definitely can applaud the fact that the rules of the stage remained consistent throughout. A screen edge is always a transition point, it's never a death pit. Switch states are global, you can always rely on toggling the state to reach a different end goal for a looping section. Even if one ever chose to a wrong path, it's never a straight up dead end. The level conveniently wraps you back to where you need to be. Tokens are also hidden in plain sight, just a matter of finding the right path to reach them is the main challenge. One problem I find that some of the jumps may be a little unnecessarily tight and precise. It's never a huge setback for failure, but it still could get a bit uncomfortable sometimes. The boss is a little unfitting with the whole theming, but I suppose it's also abstract enough to fit, sort of. It's inoffensive enough anyway. I was concerned about the inclusion of the maze warp gimmick in the dev kit. Any asset can be a problem in the wrong hands, but I can think of some uniquely terrible scenarios involving players being teleported to his where without necessarily noticing. Fortunately, this level handles screen looping, though ironically not music looping. It keeps happening! With finesse! Unfortunately, the very nature of the level is headache-inducing. I applaud the level for immediately establishing that it's going to be a brain bender, and for sticking with a limited number of enemies and gimmicks that have interesting potential here. Aside from too many long, precise jumps, the challenges are pretty tame in isolation. What makes them interesting, and what makes the mini-boss and boss a little underwhelming by comparison, is how they catch the player off balance thanks to the maze wrapping. And the warping. I'm impressed that in the midst of all these twists and turns, there's a steady learning curve and always ample time to react to the latest surprise. What makes the whole thing headache-inducing is the unpredictability of where and how things will loop. Whether the edge of the screen is maze warp, regular screen transition, or solid wall is, as far as I can tell, something you can only discover through trial and error. Graphical cues or more consistent rules, e.g. if the left edge always looped around to the right edge, would have been beneficial. It doesn't help that RushJet allows you to skip whole challenges, disrupting the lowest deliberate and logical flow. That's why I can't enjoy this level as much as I want, and why I think this level may be a problem for anyone else less puzzle-inclined and more easily disoriented than I am. It's solidly constructed with a decent atmosphere and good ideas, but it starts to hurt after only a few minutes. Puzzle stages are difficult to create. Make things too obscure and you risk severe frustration, especially when they start to make use of moon logic, effectively playing a guessing game of the developer's intentions. The stage goes the opposite route as a puzzle level, it doesn't really click. At no point did I feel my brain engage that puzzle mentality, and all solutions get stumbled onto a bit too intuitively and naturally. The results in a fairly low-energy stage where the only real risk of confusion is when you die and you try to figure out where you got placed and what the state of the red-blue blocks is going to be. That's a good point. As a result, the core gimmick didn't really engage with me due to how basic the setups are. There are highlights through the portion. There are highlights, though. The portion where you're required to go back on yourself once is fun until it's obvious enough that something has happened. RushJet being enabled as a safety net is appreciated. This helps lessen the long and often punishing checkpoints a tad, but they do end up irritating due to the slow, repetitive nature of the level. Thankfully, the thought is put into many areas where you can fail due to the pits, and at least sometimes the player doesn't just instantly die due to missing the jump to platforms. That said, I think it's still a fairly well-designed stage in terms of Mega Man gameplay. The few auto-scroller segments provide a reasonable challenge, and I appreciate the enemy placement. With the turning enemies from the Wonder Swan game, called Chuck Magnet in the engine, being especially well-positioned, taking into consideration that they spend 50% of their time immune to damage, I welcome the new boss room for Hunter, Mega Man 4 Game Boy boss. It being slightly modified does have a fairly good impact on how it fights. The general aesthetic also lands for me. I think this is a nice-looking stage, and the tile work is absolutely solid. I usually criticize stages that use box-standard Wily music, with many trying to make a Wily-themed level, and only channeling the more generic stages. But this track fits the mood, and the stage has a real identity to it. shouldn't you? Alright. I think that's gonna go ahead and do it for this one. Made a good chunk of the way into tier 12 on this one, you know, making our way through the power plant. I'll have to try to remember to talk to Sparkman next time. That was a good set of levels. No real big outliers in terms of things that are really strange this time around. There's some levels that played in kind of odd ways, but nothing that really went super off formula. Had ourselves a good time, yeah. But in the meantime, I'm gonna go ahead and call it there. I think I'll appreciate Spider-Man's dialogue. Okay, I'll have a quick talk to him, why not? This tournament's grueling. I finally appreciate what you've gone through with fighting Dr. Wily all these years. Getting blindsided by flying enemies and crushed by blocks and launched into spikes. I never wish that on anyone.
I see what you mean, Flashman. It's almost like I alluded to that part of Sparkman's stage earlier this stream. It's like, oh, you wouldn't wish that on anyone, Sparkman, huh? What about that Nuttin' and Bolton, huh? What about all those? And the rising platforms into the spikes, huh?
Alright, I'll probably be back with more of this tomorrow, but for now, I'm gonna call it there so I can go get some dinner. If you enjoy the content, though, please give it a follow. It helps the channel grow. Gets those numbers going on we need to succeed here on Twitch.tv. On the YouTube side of things, give it a subscribe. You'll get the notifications as well. But for now, I'm gonna call it there. Ah, Chuku's doing a birthday bash that's actually streaming at an early time, and it's
Apparently on the front page. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of viewers. I'll add a few more.
In the meantime, I hope to catch you guys next time. But for now,
The rare moment where Chuker's actually awake and streaming at the hour that I'm finishing.
let's go raid the birthday boy.